And we're back. Let's let everything load up and see where we stand. How is our connection? Meow. It tells me that our connection's excellent. So welcome back. I ended the last one because of a horrible connection I was having. So hopefully this one will be better. I'm not entirely sure, but this is where we're stuck. John Gone Girl, it is so good to see you. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Kaleidohope, Stephanie, and Queen, and Kenny, and Mims. One-Eyed Flo, welcome back. Robin. We are on a short break. I wanted to play this video for you guys. Yeah, let's not even talk about it. Let's not jinx it. I wanted to play this part from these experts about how they feel about Kayla's involvement. So I'm going to play this for you guys for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm going to get something to drink.
So we talk about how criminals aren't exactly the smartest bulbs in the bunch, and this is a prime example. This was, I don't think it was a premeditated attack. I don't think he intended to kill his daughter, even though he definitely abused her on multiple occasions. And when this occurred, this was just a panic. This was just a fly by the seat of their pants reaction, so to speak, with no thought put into this. There were two other children in the vehicles with them over the course of these 2 days, for God's sakes. And this wasn't even being hidden from Harmony's siblings. So, not a lot of brain power being used on these thoughts and these decisions. Unfortunately, it is a series of just pathetic choices. And we now, as we learn about this, Vinny, it's heartbreaking. It is impossible for our logical minds to believe that this occurred. And many of us who work in this field, we have this saying, we have to remind ourselves that Harmony is no longer suffering. And the reason we have to say that is because that's how we can continue to actually do this work. Otherwise, we get caught up in those moments, and it's too hard for us as well. Think about those law enforcement investigators on the ground, that gentleman that testified, and the ones who responded, and the ones who smelled that decay. Those are pictures and images and smells they cannot get out of their senses and out of their psyches. Those are the things that keep guys and gals up at night, having nightmares. And so this whole thing just, Vinny, I mean, I when I texted you about it last week when he stood up in court, I was so angry. I said, we knew it. We knew it for 3 years. Every single one of us said it. And this has just been a bag of lies.
I want to move ahead now from December 8th to mid-December to the end of December of 2019. Under the porch at Kayla's aunt's apartment on South Main Street. Kayla, Adam, and the two boys go to Kimberly Simmons, the aunt's home. Adam puts the duffel bag with Harmony's remains under the porch. Joseph Scott Morgan, we're now talking about, she dies on the 7th. She's placed in a snowbank, goes into a trunk, snowbank. Now in December, they're moving and they're putting her under the porch. We're in New Hampshire. What's happening to Harmony's remains during this time?
It's a slow movement in decomposition because the cool air, the ambient environmental temperature does retard the process, as opposed to, let's say this had been in Middle Florida. You had mentioned the Anthony case a little while ago. That heat speeds everything up. And so the idea that this would be in a cooler environment, however, he's really taken a risk here, because when you place this bag containing this precious little angel's remains in this environment, they're out of your control at that point in time, placing them beneath the staircase like that. Anybody could find her. And so it gives you an idea about the state of mind of this individual. relative to how these remains are being treated. She is still, and I'm going to be very blunt, she is still decomposing. It's just at a slower rate. It's not until you remove her completely from the protection of the cool and remove her remains from them do you get this acceleration in this process of decomposition.
Would you suspect the smell that everyone's talking about to be present at this point or not yet?
If you had opened that bag, yes, most definitely. There would have been an odor. And here's the thing that I'm kind of curious about, and of course we'll never know the answer to this question. The liquid that we'll find out about relative to the staining, I don't know if that liquid is resulting, or they're calling it blood. I don't know if that is what we refer to as purge fluid that comes from a decomposing remain, or if that's trauma related in some way, where he had traumatized her to the point where she had a laceration perhaps and was bleeding from it. I do know this. He had beat her multiple times, Finn, and that last attack on her, I am convinced it was the coup de grace. It pushed her little body over the edge. It would not surprise me that she had already had some blood vessels perhaps in her brain that were already ruptured. And that last blow that he struck as he lashed out at this precious darling was probably the thing that finally killed her in the end.
Let's track some more of the movements of Harmony's body. Again, mid-December to the end of December of 2019 is the time frame here. Christina Lubin's minivan. Kayla's mom picks Adam, Kayla, and the two boys up in her minivan, and the duffel bag goes with them. Christina Lubin's home. The duffel bag is placed outside near the side entrance of the building near the trash. The duffel bag with Harmony's body is placed in the red cooler where it remains for a few weeks. And Bob, as we see what they're doing here, like they are now showing up at relatives' homes, whether it's the aunt or the mom, minus one child.
That's right, and they needed a place to live. They were living in that car because they were evicted out of a home on the other side of Manchester, and they ended up over there at Kayla's mom's house. And I think the testimony was that they saw the cooler there in the hallway, and that's what gave them the idea to take the body out of the duffel bag and put her into that cooler. And then that cooler is in this common area of this triple decker for weeks while they're staying over there. I did interview from a distance the mother, and she told me about a visit in Thanksgiving time, when the last time that she saw Harmony, and they were looking for a place to stay. And then the Kayla's mother said when they came back, Harmony was gone, but Adam and Kayla had told her that Harmony was now with her natural mother in Massachusetts. So that's where that lie starts. The first time I understand that lie is told to anyone is when they go back to that house on the west side. But Harmony is there. She's in that cooler in the hallway, and anybody in that triple decker who lives there could walk right by it as they're coming down the stairs and going outside.
And Erica Morris, we're talking about these lies, right? You know, you have children, you visit relatives, they want to see the kids. They want to see the kids. But in this case, because Harmony was the stepdaughter of Kayla, they had the easy out to say, oh yeah, she's with Crystal, she's with mom now. And that is part of the tragedy here, because a child is gone, a child is missing. And in this story, this case, it's 2 years before the search begins.
Vinny, aside from the fact that you have unfortunately at this time, a non-custodial parent asking questions, because mom was asking questions during this time period, but she was being ignored because she had lost custody. She had to deal with some things, but as I understand it, she worked her family service plan and she got back on track. we've talked about this multiple times. If it were not for that FSSA worker, Vinny, I don't know how much longer this would have gone on. That food stamp worker who began asking questions about Harmony's whereabouts, why she wasn't placed in school, why nobody could account for her, when they were receiving state benefits for her. It was that social worker, that caseworker's first inquiry that really launched this entire thing. And then to top it all off, you. I will always say this, Vinny, your coverage specifically of Harmony's case, in my opinion, made all the difference in the world. I think I counted back in my notebooks 9 or 10 different appearances that we've done alone, not counting the ones you've done with other folks.
He brought a lot of attention.
You kept this story going, Vinny, and I need you to know that.
Thank you.
Who else loves Vinny?
Right now, it's time to get justice. The trial's begun. Our guests are staying with us. When we come back, we will continue retracing what happened.
We'll watch the rest of this on the next break. It looks like they're getting ready to come back in. I want to see you guys get your votes in. Oh, let me put this on top on live chat. Live chat reminder. 56% of you think that Kayla's mom knew something. 57%, 16% say no, 27% of you are not sure. Well, remember when she said, I had a suspicion. Oh, really quick. Shell, 45 months, girlfriend. Thank you for being so loyal. Love some Shell. Love some Shell. Let me show you the short I put up about his helmet. Brian Koberger's helmet. We were talking about that in the other stream briefly. Why was he putting a tactical helmet? He's always wanted to be a ranger. Look at him. He's probably loving this helmet. Look at him. He's like, make it make sense. She's a true OG. So no helmet, walking clear across the tarmac. No helmet, wide ass open. If anybody wanted to take him out, they could. But now we're going to put a tactical helmet on his ass. Make it make sense. Weird. I just don't understand what. Was he going to thrash around? I mean, I'm going to read the comments in a second. I can't. Okay, let's read. Okay. Sorry. So this Colleen says they put it on his head for safety, just like the bulletproof vest. So my comment is safety after walking him across the tarmac and the wide ass open. I mean, did they think he was going to like thrash around in the truck? Isn't that strange? Everything about this case is just so odd. I could see if he was wearing it while they walked him across. Yeah, that makes sense. This is the short I wanted to play really quick. This is back to Kayla's mom. Listen carefully to the very end of this short.
How long had you owned that red cooler in the hallway?
Couple of years. I used it for basketball, for the basketball team.
Did you always store it in the hallway?
No, sometimes it was in the apartment. Sometimes it was in the hall. Most of the time it was in the hall when basketball was all done.
You said a
Basketball.
moment ago that you left money in the past there for Kayla and for the defendant. Was the cooler in the hallway when you did that?
Yes,
And what is that object?
that's the red cooler from my apartment.
And I'd like to also show you State's Exhibit 29. Actually, Amy, you said that's the cooler in your apartment. Is that generally in the same condition as you would keep it? Hasn't been scratched up or marked or anything else at that point?
Yes, it looks a little bit dirty.
Here's what she said.
Do you know why they took the cooler?
I had a suspicion.
Hear that?
How
I
long
had a suspicion. It's a little bit dirty. Y'all, we saw that cooler yesterday. It was absolutely disgusting. A little bit dirty.
Everybody ready for the jury? Please rise for the jurors.
She says she used it for food and drinks for basketball tournaments.
Stand up!
What's she, Michael fucking Jordan? Look at this cooler, guys. This thing was not just a little dirty. Look. It's a little dirty. Oh, yeah, I'm going to throw some Gatorades and bologna sandwiches in that thing. She's a liar, just like her daughter. Ugh! It makes me so mad. Right, but if they were going to stop him from hurting himself, why didn't they already have it on him? Like, he just flew across the United States. You would think if they were going to have a tactical helmet on him, they would have had it on that. You know what I mean?
Please be seated.
Johnny, she
Call
tried.
its next witness.
Thank you,
She
Honor.
tried.
The state calls Miss Emily Watson. Miss Emily Thompson.
Emily Thompson is our next witness. Emily Thompson. And I don't think Jess is there today, guys. She said she'd be there about 3 days a week. Emily Thompson looks very frail. Okay, here we go. Welcome back. Thanks for coming back.
Ms. Thompson, if you would please remain standing just for a brief moment. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear it.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Thompson, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Emily Thompson, EMILY THOMPSON.
Okay. And Ms. Thompson, currently, what state are you living in?
Maryland.
Okay. And back in 2020, what state were you living in?
New Hampshire.
What city were you living in New Hampshire?
Manchester.
And let me ask you briefly, just so we can understand a little bit about your background. How far did you go in school?
I graduated in 2020.
Okay. From high school?
College.
From college.
Yes.
And what did you graduate with? What degree?
Bachelor's of Fine Arts degree in creative writing.
And let me ask you, back in the winter of 2020, so I'm talking about January, February, March of 2020, where were you employed?
Portland Pie Company here in Manchester.
How long were you working for Portland Pie Company?
I worked for them on and off for about 5 years. I started in 2015 up through the time the branch closed in 2020.
Okay. And that was, right after COVID started, is that right?
We shut down just before COVID,
Just
shut
before.
everything else down.
Okay. So during your time there, what did you do at Portland Pie Company?
I was a delivery driver.
In the winter of 2020, let me ask you, did you ever work with an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did, yes.
And what did he do there at that restaurant?
I believe he was a dishwasher.
Did you ever see Adam Montgomery there with a bag in the walk-in cooler?
I think I did, but I couldn't say with any absolute certainty.
Okay. And what do you think you remember of that?
I believe I recall him either coming into the walk-in or leaving the walk-in with a bag.
Where was this cooler?
It was in the kitchen, between the dishwashing room and the exit into the main dining area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was my understanding that there were almost two different areas where you could be. There's the basically the ground floor, and then there was a basement area as well with additional storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So were there any other coolers down in the basement, or just this one on the ground floor you're talking about in the main dining area?
There was a walk-in in the basement. That was where alcohol would be stored, beer, wine, etc.
And so which cooler are we talking about then? The one on the main floor or the one down in the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. And I believe you said a minute ago you thought you saw him carrying it either in or out?
Correct. It's been several years, so my memory is a bit hazy.
Okay. Did you yourself store personal bags inside coolers at Portland Pie Company?
No, I did not.
And how many times do you believe that you may have seen him doing this, bringing it in or out of this cooler?
Would have been just once.
Just one occasion?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, you worked there until it closed, is that correct?
Correct.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Officer, thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
We do not.
Okay.
Questions? You may
Oh,
step down.
she's done. No
Yes, the
questions
witness to be
for
excused,
Emily.
please, Your Honor.
She was a coworker. She saw Adam with the bag.
The witness is excused.
Elaine didn't want to say anything. I bet she's relieved. Go back to your life, honey. How traumatizing.
At this time, the state calls Mr. Cameron Gibney to the stand.
Mr. Cameron. Who? Gippy? Let's get our handy dandy witness list out. Morse code. Morse code. What's this dude's name?
Good morning, Mr. Gibney. If you would kindly remain standing just for a brief moment, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Gibney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes. Cameron Gibney, CameronGibney.
Okay. And Mr. Gibney, would you tell us, what town do you currently reside in?
Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Yep.
Okay. And might need you to just scoot the seat in just a little bit more close to the mic.
Is that better?
Yep, that's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you. And how long have you been living in Hooksett?
For about 3 years now, originally from Manchester, but
You said originally from Manchester. How long did you live in Manchester before you moved to Hooksett?
for about 15 plus years.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you currently employed?
I am.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work over at Manchester Music Mill,
And what do you do for them?
pro audio and installation.
Prior to that, do you have any sort of work experience in the restaurant business?
I do.
What is that?
So prior to that, I worked at Portland Pie in Manchester.
Were you working there in the winter of 2020? And by winter, I mean January, February, and March of 2020.
I did, yes.
Okay. What did you do at the Portland Pie Company? What were your job duties?
So I was originally a server, and then I became front of house manager about maybe six or so months after that.
As front house manager, I say server, I imagine you're serving people food and waiting on them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Front house manager, what does that job entail?
So that job entailed doing taking care of the front of basically the servers and the bartenders and anything that happened in the front as far as management wise.
Did you ever meet a person by the name of Adam Montgomery there?
I did.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Through work there. He ended up getting hired on a little bit. I would say a little bit probably before I became manager in the front. I did see him, and that's how I know him from.
Do you know what his job duties were, what you saw him doing for the business?
Yes, he was originally in the back in the kitchen area. I believe he did prep and cooked as far as pizza and food.
You may.
I'm going to show you Exhibit United States 101. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
Who do you recognize him to be?
Adam Montgomery?
So that's the same person that you worked with?
Yes.
And in the winter of 2020, first of all, when did that restaurant close?
It closed, I believe, I am not 100% sure. I don't remember when it closed. I was there prior to that, a week before it closed, but I'm not too certain when it actually closed off the top of my head.
Let me ask, was it just kind of before the beginning of the COVID lockdowns or afterwards?
It was before.
Before, okay. And in the winter of 2020, did you ever see the defendant at Portland Pie Company with a bag?
I did.
Okay. And where did you see him with this bag?
Inside the actual restaurant and around the restaurant itself. Also, I've seen him inside of of our walk-in cooler that we used to have. That was inside where the kitchen area was.
A walk-in cooler where the kitchen area was?
Yes.
Okay. And which floor was that kitchen area cooler on? The main floor or the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. What did you see the defendant, Mr. Montgomery, doing with this bag?
He always would just place it inside the walk-in cooler on the lower shelf. Sometimes he would move it to a different location, but it was mainly on the lower left-hand side inside the cooler.
And I'd like to show you what's marked States Exhibit 52.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize this bag, sir?
I do.
Okay. What does this bag look like?
It looks like the bag that was inside the cooler.
Is this the bag that you saw Adam Montgomery moving inside the cooler?
Correct.
How many times did you see him moving this bag?
Either when he left or when he arrived to Portland Pie.
But it was more than once, I think.
Correct.
Where in the cooler did you see him with the bag?
It was through the actual walk-in itself, door to the left lower shelf is where it was always located. So how it sat was the door was like this. You walked around. There was a door to the right. The walk-in cooler opened, and then to the left of the cooler on the lower shelf, because there were like grates that were typically in there for like tomatoes and stuff.
Okay.
It was typically on the bottom shelf.
What else would be stored on that bottom shelf?
So it was we had like mustard and just a bunch of other condiments that were typically down there.
Did you ever see anyone else handling this bag besides him?
No.
Did you ever bring bags inside and store them in the cooler at Portland Pie Company?
No.
And do you know of any other employees that brought bags such as that one inside Portland Pie Company and stored them in the cooler?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Gibney. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Elaine.
We do not, Your Honor.
No
All right, sir,
questions.
you may step down.
We'd asked for Mr. Gibney to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection? All right, sir, you are excused.
Thank you. Your Honor, with regards to the state's next witness, it may be appropriate to take up the defendant's motion filed this morning.
Okay. Counsel approach.
I'm speechless, okay? They had to have been violating tons of OSHA laws because what? You don't, if you're a boss, like I worked at a pub and when I was a teenager and I was a prep cook / dishwasher. So I'm coming from personal experience. And let me tell you, I would go into the freezer to get food and shit. But if I was daily bringing in a freaking bag and storing it in the freezer, don't you think someone would have thought something? Or did they think he had drugs in there and they didn't care? Like, what's going on? And it's a damn maternity bag. It's not like it's a Nike bag. Like, oh, hey, I'm going to play basketball after work and I got frozen water bottles in there. Even if it was, nothing personal should be stored in those freezers. That is so disgusting. Yeah. Next to the tomatoes and the condiments. You can't just store your shit in coolers in restaurants. You can't do that. And he just admitted he was the boss. Yikes. They shut down March 1st, 2020. What's up, Island? Good morning. It's just like so many people just turned a blind eye. Why? Wasn't it COVID in 2020? I wonder if they were running drugs out of there. I wonder if there was some shady shit going on at the Portland Pie in Manchester. He was front of house. That's different than the kitchen. Who would be his boss then? The head cook? Yeah, you have to rotate your stock and all of that, especially when you have, tomatoes and vegetables and stuff in there. March 2020, COVID was ramping up. So there's really no telling why they actually... I think there was probably some sinister stuff going on around there, out of that kitchen. Good morning, Red Wolf. Good day to you, too. Is everyone scared? It seems like people are really scared of Adam. No, Robin, it would not be allowed. They have other locations.
The court is what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna send you to lunch yet. The parties have raised a legal issue that the court needs to review with the lawyers. That's not a matter for the jury's consideration. So at this time,
we get to listen, I think.
Take a break. Depending on where we land, we'll determine whether or not we come back, we hear testimony, or whether or not the timing is such that I let you go to an early lunch. So at this point, we're just gonna call it a break. So have a drink of water, use the restroom. I'm not exactly sure how long this will take us. So just be patient, please. Thank you so much. All rise for the jurors.
I think we still get to listen.
Stand up!
Counsel, you know what? I do want to read it before I hear arguments, so I'm just going to step off the bench, read what you've written, and then I'll hear arguments from both sides, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is the defense's legal something. All right, so the judge is going to read whatever legal, I don't know what the hell Elaine's got up her sleeve. But they sent the jury out for a break, not quite for lunch yet, but I guess Elaine must have a filing or a legal issue she wants to raise. Yeah, Jess isn't there today. Stacy. Yeah, I don't know. What about protect those bushy eyebrows? I don't know. It's weird, huh? I just thought it was odd. I never saw that before. You worked at a Coney Island for years. The cooks, dishwashers would bring their own food that they would store in the fridge. You shouldn't do that, though. It's against the law. They have an employee fridge for that reason. And you have to have like an employee break room with a place for employees to put their food. Like, there's laws for that. I think they were doing some sinister stuff, and I think that there were a bunch of druggies working in that kitchen who probably the front people, the servers and all that, were probably scared of them. Imagine all the druggies in the kitchen and you're the server. I wouldn't want to mess with them. The prosecution didn't rest. There's a legal issue from the defense. They had to be scared of him. Yeah, we can't be afraid of these people, especially when you think there's something, with a death of anyone. So the defense has a legal issue that they want to bring up, and the judge went in chambers to read it, and then she's going to come back and take arguments from both sides. No, I'm saying in Manchester, I bet you they were the people in the kitchen that worked with Adam. Not everywhere. Like in that area, I can imagine in the kitchen, because didn't someone else who worked there, who else worked there with him? Kimberly? Was it Kimberly Fran who worked there? I'm not saying every kitchen. They shut down because of economic issues. That defense lawyer is really tall. Schmicky, when I was managing Subways, we were allowed to put personal stuff in the fridges, but it had to be open to see, labeled, and named. If it wasn't you and your items got sent home, this made it legal. No, I didn't mean everybody in a kitchen. Kim was at Dunkin'. There was another Portland Pie coworker. Oh, it was the one guy, wasn't it? The one that they called for the jumper cables. You want to see BK again? Okay. You want to see him with the helmet? Your wish is my command. I got to go take some more Motrin or something. My head hurts still. There he is. He probably thought he was so cool. I can't. Oh, shoot. Okay, here's another one from yesterday. If you missed yesterday, here's the cooler. Oh, you can't see it? On your TVs? Hold on, let me move it over. And we'll move back in a minute. We'll replay it.
Mr. Orlowitz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction-rich detail on that exhibit.
Mr. Orlowitz.
So he found no fingerprints on that cooler at all? That was weird. Here's Brian again. Oh, that picture, I actually requested the report from that incident. So we'll see if I get that. I should check my emails. Here's Kayla's mom about the cooler.
How long had you owned that red cooler in the hallway?
Couple of years I used it for basketball, for the basketball team.
Did you always store it in the hallway?
No, sometimes it was in the apartment, sometimes it was in the hall. Most of the time it was in the hall when basketball was all done.
You said a moment ago that you left money in the past there for Kayla and for the defendant. Was the cooler in the hallway when you did that?
Yes.
And what is that object?
That's the red cooler from my apartment.
I'd like to also show you State's Exhibit 29. Actually, and you said that's the cooler in your apartment. Is that generally in the same condition as you would keep it? Hasn't been scratched up or marked or anything else at that point?
Yes, it looks a little bit dirty.
Here's what she said.
Do you know why they took the cooler?
I had a suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
How long
Sure you did, lady. So right now the defense has a legal issue that they have filed and the judge is reading that, and when she gets done reading it they're going to come back in and they're going to have their arguments. The jury has been dismissed on a break. Oh, Scott, I just started a new stream because I had a bad connection, so I didn't play it. All right, I'm going to move the screen back. I know, it's a little bit dirty. Serious, that is kind of a stupid question. I'm not saying that to be mean, but absolutely. Yes. It's 11:11. Make a wish. Here's some headlines. Judge sets March trial date in Donald Trump's New York hush money case. Man arrested in Tampa after fleeing from Florida Highway Patrol. Deputy unloads entire gun clip on car after being spooked by falling acorn. I know what one you're talking about. Is it this one, Scott? Hold tight, guys. We're gonna teleport. We're gonna teleport to our stream begin. That one, Scott? Absolutely serious. I don't know how many years it's going to be. Oh, you guys, we got to watch this video of this officer being spooked by an acorn. He got spooked by a freaking acorn. Also on February 21st, we're going to be live. James Crumbly is in court. On, did I say January? February 21st. The one I used before that one, I don't remember what one that was. I'm trying to think. Oh, she's back. We'll watch this later.
Please be seated. All right, I've had an opportunity to review your filing, Attorney Smith. I also reviewed my original order on this motion, so I'll hear from you hitting the high points, but you don't have to repeat everything that you've got in there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in the motion I laid out the original filing and the argument, and the state provided the unsworn affidavit of a detective with regard to what Kayla Montgomery purportedly had said in the past. And it's not like there were quotes or anything like that.
The reality of it is, at where we are right now, you can focus on the
correct
on what testimony we have, and they can provide officer proof for what testimony they think is coming. I think it's not especially relevant if there are things within Ray Hill's affidavit that are not identical.
So, right, which is why I say I'm renewing, because the testimony did not come out as purportedly she would testify at trial. At trial, she was asked again about tools, and she talked about a conversation with Adam at her mother's, and during that conversation, she testified that Adam was apparently interested in her mother's grinder, or she may have only called it a power tool, and said that he wanted to take it to use on Harmony's body. And she then identified the State's Exhibit 63 as the item that she recalled her mother had. And if you will recall, 63 is the fuel grinder, Milwaukee, red, and she identified her initials on the bottom of the photograph. Turns out that this was not something that she had initialed at a prior recording. It was during the trial prep that apparently that photograph was given to her. And as far as I know, before that prep, There was no mention of a fuel grinder ever. And I believe that that photograph may have been part of the photographs. We introduced photograph. Defendant's eye, that was a circular saw that she identified as the image closest to the image of the power tool that she had seen in the house. It was an old power tool, and it was corded and looked most like the circular saw.
I'm sorry, she saw in which house?
Sorry, Union Street apartment. Then she identified, was shown a miter saw, which is defendant's Exhibit H, and said no, that was not the saw that she saw. I do not know if State's Exhibit 63 was included in the photographs that she was shown back then. I assume that it was, because I think they had already collected this Home Depot information, but nevertheless, they go to a prep session with a saw, a photograph of a saw that she has never seen. She tells them this story, and on the stand she tells them that she talked Adam out of stealing her mother's fuel grinder. So in regard to that, Christine Lubin testified she does not have a grinder. She's never had a grinder. She knew what the picture was of, and no, she had never had one. So the credibility with regard to that testimony has several layers, but essentially none. Then she also testified about tools. And she did not see tools other than the scissors. She testified with regard.
She testified that she saw tools in the apartment, right?
The one that looked most like the chainsaw was in a box under the cupboard.
Okay, so it's not that she didn't see tools.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What she identified as the corded circular saw was in a box under the kitchen. She did not see any tools other than the scissors in the bathroom, and it was a small bathroom. The only thing that she saw there, other than using the scissors, was a bag of lime. She testified that the photograph of the lime was the most similar to what she saw. She did not say that she could identify the lime, but the lime in the picture, and I forgot to pull it out, was the one most like what she saw. She did not say that it was a 40-pound bag of lime. And she did not see tools. She did not hear tools. She didn't see tools outside before or after Adam was in the shower for a time period with the body while she was out. She did say she didn't hear a power tool. She did say her neighbor's music was loud, but I think common sense with regard to power tools, if a power tool was used, it would have been heard. She did not, and she admitted that she was there when the body was in the bag and Adam was trying to zip it up. She did not claim that there was any dismemberment, as the state put it in their opening. She didn't say anything about pieces. I'm sorry, it's sort of grotesque to talk about. But she didn't mention anything other than lime and shower in the bathroom as far as activities that she was aware of. And tools, again, that she was aware of were only the scissors and the circular saw underneath the thing that was old. She also, although she claimed that she limited her time in the bathroom, she also testified that she saw Adam put the body in a trash bag on the floor in Lime. She later retracted and said, no, he said that. She didn't see it. But in any event, she testified to both. So if that tool was there, she would have seen it. She did not. She assisted in closing the bag, didn't see any sign of dismemberment or tools at that point. She never ever saw any new tools in the house. And you may recall from the original motion, what was purchased in the receipt by some unknown person included extra blade and extra battery. And so she didn't see anything new tool related in the apartment at Union. She testified about, I think she testified about a call for service for taking care of the bathroom. In any event, the state will have, I believe, a witness to talk about a call for service.
Well, they did introduce the document regarding the call for service, so that's in.
Okay, and I think that she mentioned that, no, so I guess they're not going to call the guy for a call for service, but they have a document. I think she described a call for service, and if she did, she didn't do anything about that call for service vis-a-vis the events in the shower. So we don't know if the events in the shower happened, she moved into the apartment at the end of February, and I think she said the 21st or the 22nd, and so there were a number of days prior to that call for service, and she did not say that it was the next day or anything, or the same day or whatever the complaint was, so we don't know if a day or two or three or four went in between.
I think the other thing you mentioned that you raised was the bank records. Do you want to discuss that?
Okay, and the bank records, they have bank records that show a withdrawal from Citizen Bank. The state put in its motion that Citizen Bank is about 0.4 miles from the Home Depot. I believe one of the officers will probably be able to testify that Union Street is over a mile from Home Depot. There's no evidence whatsoever of anybody giving a ride to the Montgomerys. There is testimony that when they got rides somewhere, it was sometimes through a service. There has been testimony about the number of friends, acquaintances of the Montgomerys that the police went out to talk to. It can be developed more, but there were a lot. There was also testimony about the crime tip line, and that people, as this was being publicized in the media, the search for harmony, tips were coming in from the crime line, and they were following up on that. And there has been a discussion about the amount of media exposure. Nobody called in with a tip of a man walking down from Home Depot with a 40-pound bag of lime, a box of a power tool, and the like, nor has anyone called in who is perhaps an acquaintance of the Montgomerys saying, oh, by the way, I think I gave him a ride. So there's no evidence whatsoever connecting the $500 purchase to a $400 purchase of lime at Home Depot. And finally, not in the motion, is that there's no evidence that the lime was purchased at Home Depot. There are other places that sell lime, and I believe the testimony will be that they only searched Home Depot. So there is no connection. The state, in their opening, alleged that Harmony was dismembered by Adam, and they are seeking to introduce these tools to suggest that Mr. Montgomery had tools to cause that event where there is no connection, and without that connection, the prejudice of this evidence so far outweighs any probative value that it should be precluded.
All right, thank you. I'll hear from the state. Go ahead.
As you said in the opening, she was compressed. We did not say dismembered. Most of what you just heard was the same argument that's been presented before with regards to the timing. Attorney Smith just mentioned with regards, and I'll just try to go backwards in order so I can address the different points coming on. Yes, that the Citizens Bank is across the street from the Home Depot on South Willow Street. There are many different ways to get back and forth in the city that don't involve calling a ride or necessarily a ride for it. The fact that there's no testimony or a tip of a person carrying a bag of lime and a power tool in a bag that came in does not make it any less relevant or less admissible for this Home Depot purchase to occur. Let's go back to the timing of it. The Citizens Bank withdrawal is on the 26th. A matter of minutes, less than an hour, minutes later, at the Home Depot across the street, there is this purchase of lime. This purchase of lime with power tools by cash. Other purchases of lime that were made for the entire month of February, with the exception of one other one, were accounted for, and the other one was outside of this time frame. It was far later than after the O'Connell Lodge stay, and we believe that Harmony was placed somewhere in the U-Haul, which we were going to get to in our witnesses later on. The testimony of cross-examination was just cited to you, but not necessarily the testimony of direct. Specifically, Kayla Montgomery testified she did not see the body once it was in the bag. She also did testify that she saw that the bag was dismembered. There was no testimony of that. The call for service, Your Honor, the defense immediately brought up the fact that there was a call for service that had been introduced. Just to clarify, that's a call for service back at the Lake Avenue address, the FIT shelter. The call for service to Union Street, which is the day after this Home Depot purchase, for a tub drain that needed to be snaked as well as repaired, that will be coming in through a witness later on this afternoon who works for maintenance at 644 Union Street, where they were living at the time of the Home Depot purchase, at the time of the bank withdrawal, 45 minutes across the street from the Home Depot for this Home Depot purchase. With regards to photographs of what Ms. Montgomery testified to, legal testimony was that the identification of the grinder saw, and it is important to use the right term. As Christina Lubin testified to and as described, that is a grinder, the photos that were shown. There was no chainsaw here, so I don't know where the term chainsaw is coming from, but there is no chainsaw that's been involved. We've talked about a miter saw, which is also known as a box saw. We've also talked about a cordless circular saw, and then we've talked about this grinder. Specifically, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery was that the grinder was a box she recalled seeing before, and I believe in her testimony at one point saying that she had seen it somewhere before, and then she recalled seeing it at her mother's house, she believed, and that Adam Montgomery stated that that was the type of saw that he wanted to use when he was talking about dismembering her, so that she had seen a saw, a new saw in a box. And Ms. Lubin's testimony was that she did not own any such saw. It's a grinder, and it is not for woodworking, which is what she testified she did in her spare time and on the side. So she doesn't own it. So the testimony we have is that Kayla Montgomery has seen it in a box. Adam Montgomery has talked about seeing that in that box and wanting to use that for dismembering, not that it's one that Christina Lubin owned. Yes, she did testify that there was a circular saw that was there, and she was very adamant with regard to it being a corded saw and not a cordless circular saw. But she identified the bag of lime when she was shown that by detectives, not at the proffer session, but back before in March of 2023. She was shown that photo of the lime, and from that SKU, the SKU, which is the identification number that a business uses to identify that particular item in their inventory and to make sales, and reports the sales of those on the receipt. She identified that bag with that SKU, and that SKU matched up to the purchase of lime that was made from the Home Depot less than an hour after the withdrawal of cash from their ATM account across the street. Yes, the Citizens Bank was a little over a mile away from Union
Street, but there are a number of different ways that the defendant could have gotten there. Could have walked, could have taken a bus, could have used a private service to get there. The relevance is that it's their account that the money is being drawn from. That 45 minutes later, approximately so, it is a cash purchase that is made. It is one of only 2 cash purchases that is made of line with the same bag that she identified, with the same SKU that she identified, that, oh, look, if we go to the receipt, we see that there is this grinder, it's the same type that she said, and she remembers seeing with the defendant, that the defendant talked about wanting to use in this method. And all of those goes in to make this particular purchase of line, the rest of the purchase from Home Depot, admissible. And the jury can give it whatever weight that it deserves. The defendant certainly has plenty of different things that they can cross-examine on, but this is a question about admissibility, not about weight. And when it comes to admissibility, under 403, as the court has ruled 2 previous times with regards to this is admissible, and there hasn't been anything about the testimony that's come in to change the admissibility of the evidence.
All right. I don't think it's necessary to recount all of this. I don't even think it's a close call. I think the state has sufficient evidence to show that it's relevant, that it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and that the fact is of consequence in determining the action. There's no question about that. There has been significant testimony regarding the saws. It's not essential that she have identified the exact saw. She saw a saw in her own apartment, or the grinder. I mean, I think that there is sufficient evidence. There is evidence related to or there will be related to the bank account. I think the state has made an offer of proof. The proximity to the Home Depot purchase, the facts that were set forth in the original motion related to what the police did to narrow the issue related to both the cash withdrawal and the use of the cash for the purchase. She testified that although she didn't hear the power tool being used, that there was music. She wasn't in there the whole time. I think that there is sufficient evidence to allow the state to bring in the information from the Home Depot. So for all of the reasons that I said in my original order, for the reasons set forth by the state today, and after having reviewed the motion to reconsider is denied. All right, everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stand up!
Please rise for the jurors.
Did I ask them to do that?
I guess for the record, I should also say that I think it's admissible under 403.
Sorry. I don't know.
Make it up.
Why are people such idiots? Did I ask you what somebody I don't even know thinks?
YouTube's wonky. If you get kicked out, just come on back. YouTube's doing some upgrades, y'all. Meow.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. The legal issue that needed to be resolved has been resolved, and we can resume the testimony. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Eugene Wasson to the stand.
Eugene Wasson? Come on down. Eugene Watson. Wasson. W-A-S-S-O-N.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Mr. Watson, you can remain standing. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
You can have a seat and make yourself welcome. And when you're ready, Mr. Watson, if you can just start by giving us your name, stating it and spelling it for the record.
Okay. Real name is Eugene Robert Wasson, Eugene, Robert, Robert. Nickname Bob. Last name Wasson.
Okay. And you go by Bob, is that right? Okay. Well, Mr. Wasson, can you begin by just telling the jurors where you work?
I work at Home Depot, Manchester, Londonderry. So I was a Met Supervisor. So.
Do you travel between those two locations for work?
I now transferred to the Londonderry location, so I'm in that location now.
At some point, were you working in the Manchester?
Yes.
So what are the dates of that? When did you transfer to Londonderry?
I transferred to Londonderry last April of 2023. Was in Manchester for 11 and a half years.
11 and a half years.
Mm-hmm.
What role do you currently hold at the Home Depot?
I'm just a Met associate now. I mentally had to take a step down and became an associate instead of management.
Before you took that step down, you mentioned management.
Mm-hmm.
What were your roles and responsibilities as manager at Home Depot?
I had vast different roles. Last position that I had was merchandising execution team supervisor, so I was in charge of about 20 people. At the high, we did all the resets. So if you've been to Home Depot, we went in and did the Christmas resets and spring resets and pretty much get new merchandise out and stuff like that.
What is the Home Depot and the business of the business? What is the business of the Home Depot? Sorry, that was a...
home improvement retail sales.
And so if you could just remind us of your current duties.
My current duties?
Yes.
Are basically doing resets, getting sales and promotions ready and stuff like that.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 92.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Wasson, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification. Can you take a look at those items and just look up when you're done? So you can remove that paperclip, and if you like, you can remove the actual pages from the plastic.
You want me to remove these?
Yep. So you can remove them. And the final page, if you can just take a look at that.
There you go. Okay.
All right. Are you familiar with these documents, Mr. Wasson?
Yes. The spreadsheet kind of is something that you pull for a report if you're looking for something for receipts and transactions. And the last one is a receipt.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Wasson. Are these records typically held in the ordinary course of business?
It's something that if you had to look up receipts and transactions, then you would. Most people wouldn't get them.
Okay. Most people wouldn't, but employees of the Home Depot would. You're able to access those.
If you worked in a certain department, which I did, I ran the service desk, so I had to do audits on this stuff every so often.
And that last document, what did you describe that as?
Receipt from a transaction from the Manchester location on 2/26/2020. around 11:42 a.m.
Were you working at that location
Yes.
on February?
I'm just going to remind you both, this is a very big room, so it's really important that all the jurors are able to hear
Okay.
both of you. So if you could keep your voices up, please.
Sure.
Were you working at the Home Depot on February 26th of 2020, Mr. Lawson?
I was employed with them then.
How were you so employed at that time?
I was merchandising execution team supervisor at that point.
You said you had an opportunity to review these records previously. Let me ask you this. Are those fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge with the records that you reviewed prior to taking the witness stand?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification. Strike the ID of Exhibit 92 and mark as full.
Counsel?
We rest on our prior objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Okay. So, Mr. Wasson, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at these items, and I want you to start with, it looks like they're in order still. What's the first date you're able to see? And I want you to go to the last date. From the first date to the last date, what is the first date you're able to make out on those documents?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And I'm just going to ask you to talk to the back of the room so the jurors can hear you. What is the first date you're able to see?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And if you can do me, so if you can count how many transactions you're able to observe on those documents.
About 33 of them.
33. Okay. And what do those documents capture? What are we looking at? What are the documents?
Different stores, different addresses, and store numbers. So there's quite a few of them for around this area.
And when you say different stores, what is
there's Manchester, Londonderry, Hooksett, so the different Home Depot stores in this section.
And are these transactions that we're looking at or something else?
They are transactions for the different times, and it looks like for a specific class that they were looking for.
Okay, and what is that specific class?
Looks like lime and gypsum, so anything under that category.
Are you familiar with what lime and gypsum is?
Yep, it could be anywhere from drywall to powdered or stuff for gardening.
Stuff for gardening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there a specific SKU number associated with those purchases? And when I say SKU number, let me back up. Are you familiar with that term, SKU?
Yes, we use it every day.
Can you tell the jurors what it means? Let me ask you this. Is the Home Depot able to track specific purchases?
Oh yes, we can look up different line items.
Okay. When you say line items, how do you look up those different line items?
Typing in the SKU number or description into our computer system, and you'll be able to validate what somebody has purchased.
Those specific SKU numbers, are they related to specific items that you sell at the Home Depot?
Yes.
Does each item have its own unique SKU number?
It does.
And are you able to make out the SKU number specific to those purchases? Let me strike that question. You mentioned a receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Can
The
you
receipt.
tell the jurors again what the date is of that receipt?
The receipt for the piece of paper is February 26, 2020.
And do you see one of the SKU numbers that you mentioned?
Limestone, 221-104, which is unique for that one, for limestone.
What else do you see present on that receipt, Mr. Wasson?
Looks possibly like a tool, a fuel grinder, and a blade for a tool.
And that's a Diablo blade for
Yep.
the tool. What else do you see on that receipt?
Total cash, change given, the price of everything, each line item, and the total.
Okay. When you say the total cash, I want, if you can set the receipt down and turn back to the larger document.
Mm-hmm.
How many cash transactions do you see present on that list of 33 sales?
3.
Okay, and what are the dates of those cash transactions?
February 15th, February 26th, and March 2nd.
All right. And specific to this receipt, turning back to the receipt rather,
which would have been the February 26th, Manchester location. Where is that? Sorry, my eyes got lost.
Take your time. So you said February 26th, Manchester location. That's February 26th of 2020?
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier when you were reviewing the receipt that there was a cash total.
Yep.
What was the cash total for those items?
$400.
Sorry.
Oh, the total for the product was $396.35. Paid $400 and got change of $365 back.
So the person that made that transaction gave $400.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And thank you, Mr. Wasson. No additional questions.
Good morning, Mr. Wasson.
Good morning.
Can I grab that microphone?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So let me introduce myself, Mr. Wasson. I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you a few questions. So, Exhibit 92 consists of 2 documents, correct?
You talk about this right here?
Yes, the exhibit in front of you now, Exhibit 92.
Okay.
There's 2 separate documents there, correct?
Yes.
And the first one is a document collecting all of the limestone purchases made at various Home Depot locations in New Hampshire from February 1st of 2020 through March 4th. Is that correct?
No, February 5th.
February
2020.
5th through March 4th.
Yes.
And if I may approach?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's take a look at that document.
That's the receipt. That's the pages. And
That's the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Where are the SKU numbers? Which page? You have a spreadsheet out in front of you, correct? And this spreadsheet represents 33 separate purchases of some kind of limestone?
So the SKU number is right here, the 22104. This is all the 221104. Right
So
here.
these are all different SKU numbers then?
This is mostly the SKU number for, looks like for the limestone.
What are these other lime
the-
gypsums?
So that's the subcategory. So it goes subcategory and then sub-description. So there's like a big, how Home Depot does it is they have like a class of like hand tools. And then it goes into either a manufacturer, and then it goes into what kind of hand tool, and then it goes into the SKU specific. So it gets categorized in different things. So this is your start of your top class, and then it goes down to more specific of the SKU number. So it's like parent, kid, grandkid.
Okay. But all 33 of these are various limestone products?
It's all the same SKU number. Looks like there might be another, yes, so it's all the same SKU number here except for 2 of them, which is a grow and Green and Grow limestone, which is a totally different product, but it's still a limestone category.
Okay. 33 purchases from, was it 5 locations? Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, South Merrimack, and Concord?
It looks like it, yep.
It's fair to say, though, that Home Depot is not the only store that offers limestone products.
There is other retailers that do sell limestone.
The next document, it is a receipt for a February 26th purchase.
Yes.
Cash purchase.
Yes.
It does not, that receipt does not indicate the identity of the purchaser.
It does not.
And based on your managerial experience, Home Depot retains long?
I'm not sure on that. I never, as the position I was in, we never really had to go to the cameras unless we were asked to validate something. But we have no access to it except for loss prevention and corporate.
And those cameras and the footage obtained therefrom, to your knowledge, is it kept forever?
I'm not aware of, I'm not sure.
It's possible that it gets lost over time?
With the company as Home Depot, probably stays for a long time.
I don't have anything further. Thank you for your time, Mr. Watson.
Thank you.
I'd ask that this witness be excused.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused. Counsel?
Do you guys think she's going to take lunch now? I don't understand if by the time she was in the Portland freezer, wasn't she double wrapped in garbage? No. Oh, I don't know. I never heard anything about that. It's now a bank. I don't watch him, Alicia. Sorry. Nope.
Well, it's next witness.
Next witness. We're still going. No lunch yet.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Detective Max Rayhill to the stand.
Detective Rayhill, if you can just stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can make yourself comfortable with some water there if you need it. Detective Rahill, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
It's Max Rahill, Rahill.
And Detective Rahill, I've called you a detective, but how are you presently employed?
I am a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I've been a detective for about 3.5 years, but I've been employed with the Manchester Police Department for 9.5 years.
When did your employment begin with the Manchester Police Department?
July of 2014.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer.
What are your duties as a patrol officer with the Manchester Police Department?
Responding to in-progress calls, accidents, thefts, doing proactive work, traffic stops, things of that nature.
And remind us, what year did you become a detective?
In 2020.
In 2020 until now.
Correct.
What are your current duties and what are your role and duties as a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
So I'm currently assigned to the General Investigations Unit, and we typically do general investigations, more specifically burglaries, thefts. I'm kind of more geared towards the violent crime and evidence aspect in the unit.
Any prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department?
I was actually a court officer at this courthouse and Manchester District Court.
And how long did you have that role for?
A little less than a year.
Detective Rahill, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
And what year was that?
2014.
Do you recall what class you were?
165.
And do you participate in regular trainings through the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
Okay. How often would you say you participate in trainings?
I try to do a couple to a half dozen a year. More so, I mean, since I've been employed there, I've done a wide array of different trainings. But since I've been a detective and before I became a detective, I started to do more trainings and towards the investigative aspect of law enforcement.
So is it fair to say the trainings that you participate in currently are more geared towards your duties investigating?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Detective Rahill. Were you assigned duties in your official capacity as a law enforcement officer with the Manchester Police Department regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? I know that was a mouthful, but
yes.
Okay. And just briefly, if you could describe for this jury what your role and participation in the case was, just a bird's eye view.
Okay. So I originally started working on the case early January of 2022, where we would help with searches, follow-ups, things of that nature, but I didn't actually get assigned the case with Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
You mentioned a Detective Dunleavy. Is that Jack Dunleavy?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of his role in this case?
The lead investigator.
And so what was that interaction like between yourself and Jack Dunleavy?
We had a good rapport, just going back and forth on different things that needed to get done.
I guess my question, did you split duties?
Oh, yes, yeah, correct. Sorry.
And I think you said this, but your involvement in this matter began in January of 2020?
Correct.
2022?
Yes.
I want to discuss specific processing of an item, sealing.
Yes.
Can you describe your role and involvement in the processing of a sealing for the jurors?
Yes. So we arrived to process the scene June 4th of 2022.
Let me stop you there. When you say you arrived to process
Oh, sorry. 177 Lake Ave, which is the Families in Transition building, also known as FIT. So we arrived there that morning to get consent from the CEO and the president of FIT, along with the occupants of room 1 in the FIT building.
And when you say we arrived, were you with other detectives?
Yes, I originally arrived there with Detective Dunleavy.
And when you arrived, what did you do?
We vacated the residence and to get it prepped for processing it.
Did you process the sealing specifically?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when we walked in, there was 3 areas of interest, and the ceiling that we're talking about, MER 3D, that was further back in the residence of room 1. And so the processing of that, it was a huge piece of evidence. So we needed kind of all hands on deck when we actually took the ceiling down. And
You just mentioned the evidence number, MER 3D. What's
Yes.
the significance of the MER?
so those are my initials.
And so did you log that evidence in under your own name?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was tasked with documentation and collection that day when we arrived to FIT.
You mentioned collecting MER 3D. Did you also collect event cover?
I did.
And what was that logged under?
I believe the vent cover was MER 3A.
At some point during your time, is it fair to say that during your time at the FIT shelter, you did more than just document the ceiling?
Correct.
What else did you do that day?
So after we processed the ceiling and packaged up and got it out of the residence, we ended up cleaning it to make sure that there was no dust on the ground. And we went and processed the scene with, or sorry, not the scene, processed the room and the bathroom with Blue Star.
And walk us through that process. What was your specific role in that? So I want to switch gears with you, Detective Rahill. During your involvement on this case, did you have an opportunity to review Meta bank account records?
I did.
And specifically an account ending in 5270?
Yes.
And what is your familiarity with that account?
That is the bank account for Kayla Montgomery.
And to your knowledge, is that one that was a shared account?
Yes.
Objection. Source.
Counsel?
The objection is sustained. Let me ask a follow-up question.
So, Detective Rahill, you mentioned your familiarity with the records.
Yes.
How did you go about collecting? Did you collect those records?
I didn't physically collect them.
Did another officer
Yes.
involved with this matter collect those records?
Yes.
How did they go about collecting them?
Search warrant.
And you had a chance to review those records?
Yes.
Do those records document that? Well, let me back up. You mentioned that this was a shared account.
Yes.
What's the source of that information for you?
On the record.
Your review of the records?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach this one?
Yes.
Showing the defense what's been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. So Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. I'm just going to ask that you take a moment and review those records. And once you've had an opportunity to review those records. Thank you. So the records that I just handed you, State's Exhibit 138, are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It was the bank records for that card number ending in 5270.
Familiar with these records? fair to
Yes.
say? Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 138 and mark as full.
An objection? Yes.
Oh man, we don't get the ASMR from the water. Welcome everybody. Good afternoon, Potato. Good to see you. Hope you've had a good day today. I'm still trying to get rid of this headache. It's still just faintly there. Yeah, this guy's getup is something else, isn't it? Got some lavender with like a satin-esque tie. That's quite the outfit.
Is that 138?
138.
138. The ID is not
We're
stricken
back.
on 138. You can proceed.
So, Detective Rahill, I'm handing you back what's been marked as State's Exhibit 138 for identification. Fair to say that's a pretty lengthy document.
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you now what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 61. So if you can take a moment and review State's Exhibit 61. Just look up when you're ready. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a withdrawal from Citizens Bank at 688 South Willow Street. The transaction was.
And let me stop you there. You're familiar with it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm familiar.
Is this taken from that larger record, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
Okay. And there's something highlighted on it?
Yes.
And I think you were talking about that just now.
Yes.
Is this item, State's Exhibit 61, is that a fair and accurate representation of a portion of the records that you have in front of you, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the State moves to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 61 and mark it as full.
Any objection?
Other than overall.
Okay, other than the previous objection that was noted, the court will strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
I'm going to take those exhibits back from you, Detective Rahill.
I'm sorry.
With regard to State's Exhibit 61, I'm going to put it up on the screen behind you. Is that the same document that you were looking at?
Yes.
And that yellowed in portion, what does that show us?
That shows a 500 withdrawal from 688 South Willow Street, which is the Citizens Bank.
And does it say the date on that document? The date and time of the withdrawal?
It does.
And you mentioned that it was 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what the date and time is?
It is February 26, 2020, and the time is approximately 11:20 in 13 seconds.
11:20 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
And what was the amount that was withdrawn?
It was $503.50.
Your Honor, if I may approach this. Showing the defense what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm just going to ask that you look at the back page, the last page of that document.
In the plastic? Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a receipt from Home Depot on March Ave. The date, you want me to go into detail what it is?
Nope.
Okay.
You're familiar with it, though?
Yes.
Fair to say. Okay. So let's talk about 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
What's your familiarity with that location?
So it's a close proximity to the Home Depot at 129 March Ave.
When you say it's in close proximity, what does that mean?
It's within half a mile. So South Willow Street and March Ave are connected, so they're very close to each other. Well, they touch each other.
Are you aware of how long it would take to get from the ATM to that Home Depot?
It depends if you walked or drove, but it would take about 10 minutes, maybe a little less, 9 minutes.
Have you personally made that commute from the ATM?
Driving wise, yes, but not walking wise.
What prompted investigators to get these bank statements?
These specific bank statements
This transaction specifically.
from the bank.
From the bank.
Okay. So we requested the MetaBank data for the Montgomerys to get a history of purchases. And when reviewing those purchases, we located this.
And did this specific one stand out to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Due to the close proximity to Home Depot on March Ave, and due to the fact that this was the day prior to a work order at the Union Street address, 644 Union Street.
What's your understanding of who lived at 644 Union Street?
Adam and Kayla Montgomery.
With respect to that Citizens Bank, did officers request surveillance footage from the Citizens Bank?
Yes.
Did you receive any?
No.
And if I may approach again, Your Honor. I didn't hear if you permitted that, Your Honor. Can I approach this witness?
You can approach the witness.
Thank you. So, Detective Rahal, I'm handing you what I've shown to defense. It's marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at that document and look up when you're done.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
So this was a request for video in regards to the ATM that they did not have, and we also wanted the actual transactions from that ATM, which they did not have either. And this is...
Go ahead.
This was requested... I actually don't know when this was requested.
Fair to say several years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And then this is a newer document from, can you read the date on it?
Yeah, the top date says January 18th, 2024.
But you recall several years ago requesting that footage.
Years ago? Yes, a year ago.
In terms of your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, do you typically request surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is it typically available?
It depends on when you ask for it. Depends if the incident just happened or it's something that is past tense and the video is no longer there.
And in this case, you mentioned beginning your involvement in January of 2022.
Correct.
The purchase that we're talking about, can you remind us of that date?
Yes, it's February 26th of 2020, so almost 2 years before.
Okay. Is that typical for your experience as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, as a detective with them, that they wouldn't still have this footage?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 91 and mark it as full.
Any objection?
Subject to the prior.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
So no surveillance existed, no transaction existed?
Correct.
It did exist through the Meta Bank?
Correct.
was the next step in the course of the investigation into this specific purchase?
So due to the close proximity to this transaction, we requested lime purchases from Home Depot.
Was that a specific Home Depot, or was it multiple Home Depot locations?
We requested multiple Home Depot locations.
And with respect to States Exhibit, what's been admitted as States Exhibit 92, is that reflected in States Exhibit 92?
I haven't fully looked through this.
Oh, please do.
I just did the back page, sorry. Is there papers in here?
There are.
Oh, okay, so there's more in there. Yes. There's multiple locations on here.
Okay. Which locations do you see?
Merrimack, Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, and Concord.
During the course of your... Did you have an opportunity to review those documents once they were received?
Yes.
And that was during the course of your involvement in this investigation? Yes. And do you recall when those items were received from Home Depot?
We requested them in August of 2022, and we received them about a month later.
What specifically were investigators looking for with respect to the purchases at Home Depot?
We were looking for lime purchases.
Why were you looking for lime purchases?
Due to a statement made by Kayla Montgomery.
And I've asked you to look at the last page of that material, the packet that's in front of you. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is the receipt from a transaction at Home Depot on March Ave.
I'm just going to ask that you turn to the TV monitor behind you. Is that consistent with what you're looking at, the papers that you have?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a receipt.
And I want to talk about the receipt. You mentioned the ATM transaction at 11:20 in the morning on February 26th of 2020. What is the date and time of this Home Depot transaction?
11:42 a.m.
So that's roughly 22 minutes after.
Correct.
And I want to discuss the amounts. Does that receipt tell you the amounts?
Yes.
And can you just point them out to the jurors?
Yes, it was $396.35.
Okay. And it says cash there.
Yes.
What's your understanding of what that means?
So the transaction was paid with cash, $400 in cash.
What's your understanding of the size of the lime bag that was purchased?
It was a 40-pound lime bag.
40 pounds?
Yes.
And what additional items were purchased during that transaction?
So there was a Milwaukee M18 fuel grinder, which is also known as an angle grinder, size 4.5 blade. There was also a Diablo 4.5 blade purchase and an M18 Milwaukee battery.
So Detective Rahill, I'm handing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And is this consistent with what is represented on that receipt?
Yes.
Was there a specific item number associated with the limestone?
Yes.
And what is it, if you can read it from the receipt there?
So it's 4 zeros, and then it's 221104.
And again, the jury's heard that's an item number specific to that item?
Yes.
So, Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a screenshot of lime bags that are sold at Home Depot that was presented to Kayla Montgomery during our third proffer with her in March of 2023.
When you say the item that I just showed you, State's Exhibit 62, if you can just turn to the monitor behind you. Is that what's reflected on the monitor?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of presenting this to Ms. Montgomery?
To figure out what lime that might have been used in the disposal of Harmony.
Without saying what she said, was the bag indicated?
Yes.
And can you point the bag out that's indicated?
Yeah.
That was indicated that day?
Yes.
You didn't stand. Now, we talked about a specific item number. Is that present on this item?
Yes, you can't see it in that screenshot, though. I don't believe.
Were you able to compare the item number from this exhibit with the item number from the receipt, the Home Depot receipt?
Yes.
Are they consistent with each other?
Yes.
Sustained.
How did you compare those?
By researching and finding the SKU number associated with that bag.
Did you compare that to the receipt?
Yes, and that bag is...
Sustained, leading.
What was the result of that comparison?
Yes.
Detective Rahill, you mentioned doing research to find the SKU number of that particular bag. What research did you do?
I went on the Home Depot website and searched for that specific lime.
And did you compare that?
I did.
What did you compare it to?
I compared it to the receipt that we received from Home Depot, and they had the same SKU number.
Was that the same receipt that you just looked at?
Yes.
So the item number that's indicated in the previous exhibit is consistent with the Home Depot receipt that you reviewed?
Yes, it just didn't have the 4 zeros in the front, but it was 221104.
Honor, may we approach the bench?
Yes. This is a good breaking point. So we're going to break for lunch now. Please come back at 1:30. I remind you, do not discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Avoid any media, social media, or other coverage regarding this case. Don't do any independent research, and we will see you after lunch. Thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. All rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up!
We don't need the detective now. So I'll ask you to step down. I'll remind you during the lunch break. The lawyers will communicate with you about that further.
What would you like me to do? Just leave it here?
You can leave it right there,
Right there?
and the lawyers will do it. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank
All right,
you.
very good. Okay, counsel, we're gonna take one more minute to discuss the issue that you want to discuss. So, approach. Why don't you approach?
Yeah, no, no Portland pie. So they have another issue, but I guess we don't get to hear what it is. I'm waiting to see, but I think we're going to be muted through lunch. So, what do you guys want to do for lunch? Did you guys eat? What's for lunch? I'm so glad you're here, Robin. Yeah, the one we got is Fresh Pet, but I'm trying to find, since it's working for her, I didn't know if anybody here had used, they have subscription services for that, but I haven't looked. I also thought about making our own, but then I'm worried that I won't get the right vitamins in there and stuff. Ooh, W's having a Portland pie. I can't even think of eating a pot pie because I know it's pizza, but I always pictured a pot pie. So now there's no way. You got to close tonight, 5th? A burger and a chocolate shake. Dang, that sounds good, Steven. Like a good old fashioned chocolate shake and a burger. A fat burger. Jalapeno popper casserole. That sounds spicy. A bag of chips. Ugh. I can't even think of that. Angie, I'm sorry you suffer. I did do that. Okay, so the other, I don't know, it was last week. I felt so bad because Bella, if you guys don't know Bella, she's one of our dogs. And she was bright red. Bright red. Her whole skin, you could just see her skin was inflamed. So I was over it. I've tried all these shampoos and stuff. So I literally ground up oatmeal and put 2 cups of, well, McDonald's is still fine. I put 2 cups of ground oatmeal in a tub of water, and she laid in it. and I had to pour it over her. It was a pain in the ass. And then at the end, like all the ground oatmeal was in the tub. I don't recommend it. You thought it was a meat pie. We all had our own visuals of Portland pie. But anyways, it did help a little bit, but not like I thought it would. And definitely not like the internet sites that I read about it said it would. You have a quesadilla? Napoleon, go make yourself a dang quesadilla. But Myron doesn't just make a dang quesadilla. He's got a tortilla with soft white cheese and raw onions, very sour mix of vinegar, and then spread it with some fresh homemade sour cream. So good. From Nicaragua. I love it. I'll bathe my dog in oatmeal once a month, and his dog shampoo has oatmeal in it. It's a mess, but his skin is wild. He gets dog acne. See, hers wasn't like acne. It was just inflamed. No, it didn't clog jams, thank God. I mean, I ground it. It was like a flour when I put it in there. It was like a coarse flour. Seba, I do have an outdoor, like one of those pools that we bathe the dogs in outside, but it's too cold. It's been too cold. You switched to Ollie. It's pricey, but my dog's allergies are clearing right up. The Dawn dish soap. Does it help with dry skin, Catherine? I was always worried that Dawn would make it dry. Because I've used Dawn in vinegar for fleas. But surprisingly, the fleas in Florida this year, they're like impossible to kill. You know those collars you get that last like 8 months for a dog? They've always worked wonderful. They've always been great. Coconut oil is good. They haven't worked. Those collars, they still, and when I find a flea, like I've bathed the dogs, and like, you know how you tried, like the Dawn dish soap drowns them. You lather it up really good. Oh, dude, I had coffee grounds in my kitchen sink once. But what was I talking about? Yeah, there is a new shot. Shit, I lost my train of thought. Can't remember what I was saying. Oh, Dawn. Yeah, so it like drowns them. And like you could see them. Usually they're dead, you know? But like these fleas for some reason, and I know all fleas burrow, but these things like immediately once the water or soap hit their fur, they were like burrowing down where I could barely even, because I have long nails and I can usually, grab them. It was very, very difficult. The chewables didn't work. We tried those. We tried Benadryl. Benadryl wasn't working for her. But I think when we were up north, because in the winter you don't have fleas, they're all dead. But here they're year round, and it's really, really hard. Yeah, it just drowns the fleas, Megs. Sand fleas, is that what they're called? The mosquitoes, oh my gosh, Miss K. They're not even big. The mosquitoes are like almost see-through, but they bite the hell out of you. Through the Bill Gates fleas. Yeah, I can't remember the name of that stuff either. That shit didn't work either. Garlic cloves? I've tried tea tree oil. Yep. Yeah, they're indoor dogs, 100%. I'm telling you, there's something with the fleas here. I'm not kidding. It's wild. I've never seen any fleas like it. Seba, I'm telling you, it's beyond peppermint. I spread around that dextrous earth or whatever. That's it's like plant-based or whatever. And it's supposed to kill them. I put all that shit in my yard. Bella's inside. They're both inside. They only go outside for walks and to go potty. That's it. Other than that, they're inside. Advantage, that's what it's called. Hey, Mr. Jaquin, welcome in. We are at lunch till 1:30. We're just chit-chatting about dogs and fleas. Yeah, demestrious earth. It's like a fine powder. Yeah, I don't know how to say it. Diatomaceous earth. Steam clean the floors. Ann Pulley coming in hot with 8 months as a lawful listener. Hello, Ann. I'm like 20 minutes from the beach. Our yard is all sand, so maybe it is sand fleas. It is, Robin. It's part of living in Florida. But it's just, I'm upset because it got out of my control. And that's never happened before. You have to get your mugshot done in 20 minutes to sell alcohol. Permethrin. I've never heard of that, Jamie. I don't know. I just hate that they suffer, you know? I've just never had it be this bad. I guess it's really difficult because they were this, I don't know. I've been down here since 2019 and this is the first time they've gotten like this. I have a steam cleaner too, a nice one. It's like got the hose and the wand and it's got like a big canister on wheels. And I'll like randomly like steam my furniture. Maybe I should do that because that will kill them and the eggs, right? No, mother. Just the monthly. The vet doesn't even stand by those collars, but they want the monthly chewable. But the thing is, I found that the collars worked better than the monthly chewable. And I think that's why the vet doesn't say, oh, yeah, get those collars. I can take that steam all to the furniture because they do. They get on the bed. They lay on the bed. I mean, our pets are our kids. So they're on our couch. They're on the bed. Diatomaceous earth makes a mess. Teresa, tell me about it. Maybe I can get my steam cleaner out this afternoon when we get back from lunch. Hoover floors every day except for the edges. Flea eggs take forever to kill unless you use a pesticide. Yeah, they like constantly are hatching. I'm starting to itch now because we're talking about fleas. A flea in Alaska is causing Alaska pox similar to smallpox. Wow. Oh, yeah. My dog's got a tick years ago. My old dog Peanut, when we lived in Florida in Sebring, we had a lot of those mossy oak trees on our property. And that moss would carry, I did, Robin. I did. I even got a second bag, dude. The ticks, though, it came out of that moss. And that was awful. Megs. Flea bombing the house. Oh, such a pain in the ass. I did that one time with Peanut and I was young. I was like 19 years old. I flea bombed our apartment And then I cleaned everything, like my counters and everything. And then I forgot about the floor. What's T-gel? And I gave him a treat. And he licked the floor, and all of a sudden he started like like he couldn't breathe, and I had to rush him to the vet, and they had to give him a shot. It was like the poison. So now I'm scared to death. I've never used a flea bomb after that. No, Buttercup. And when I do find the fleas, there's only like 2 or 3. But they burrow down where I can barely get them. I love huskies. Our summer, well, both of them have husky in them. Oh my gosh, Robin, that's horrible. Oh, yeah. I know what T-gel is. It's that Neutrogena, right? Pantene. Ooh la la. Fleas from the groomer. Or kennel cough from the groomer. Yeah, I remember I know what the T-gel is now. Now I remember a flea comb. I do have one, and it's hard to get them. They are like, and they're fast. I've never seen anything like it. I literally took Dawn dish soap and vinegar and water and lathered it up to a thick lather and like scrubbed her with, really scrubbed her. And get this, they were burrowing down and attached, and they're so small, I could barely get them. More and more people are shaving their dogs. It's nuts. I've never seen anything like it. I've always been able to outsmart a flea, and I feel like these fleas are burrowing down and like latching on to where you can barely even get them, even if you had like tweezers. It's crazy. You know what? I have aloe plants in my garden, so it's a pain in the ass though because they're so pokey. Does anyone have any tips for using natural aloe? Because when I break it off and I open it, I literally cut my hands. Buttercup, yep, that happens. I know I'm getting itchy. Let's stop. It's bad. What do we want to do for lunch? What are we doing for lunch? I'm going to go make myself a sandwich. But maybe we can watch. Let me see here. I don't want to do that. Some interesting stuff out there on from the firearms case. Look at this thumbnail of that guy. He's side-eyeing. They got him side-eyeing. Adam Montgomery firearms weapons trial. All right, let's see here. There was some testimony I was watching the other day. I was like, wow, this is not going to be brought in. So this was the same prosecutors as well for the weapons trial. I didn't realize that. Here it is.
You or someone at your house.
All right, we're gonna watch this for the remainder of lunch. I'm gonna go make a sandwich, and I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Enjoy. This guy's a trip.
You swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth and the whole truth under the case.
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There's some water up there.
Sir, if you pour the water, just lift the lid first, because otherwise, there you go.
There's ASMR in this one too.
Okay, and before we get started, there's a microphone right in front of you.
Okay.
Okay, and so if you could just pull that a little closer to you. Okay, so you might want to get a little closer to it. I just want to make sure that we're making a clear record. Everything's being recorded. Can you start by saying your first and last name and spelling it for the record?
Michael Sullivan, Michaelsullivan.
And how old are you, Mr. Sullivan?
42.
Where do you currently live?
In East Hampton, Massachusetts.
And who do you live there with?
My wife.
Any children?
5.
And prior to living in East Hampton, Massachusetts, prior to living in East Hampton, Mass, where did you live?
Manchester, 620 Somerville Street.
Did you receive a subpoena to be here today?
Yes.
Would you have been here without a subpoena?
Yes.
You mentioned that you lived in Manchester on Somerville Street?
Yes.
How long were you there?
I want to say 3 years, 3.5 years.
And when you lived there, who were you living there with?
My wife and kids.
I want to turn your attention to late 2019. Were you living back on Somerville Street in Manchester back
Yes.
in late 2019? And where were you in life at that point in time?
Just prior to that, I was living on another part in Manchester, and I was doing construction, and I started taking pills, Percocet, and then after that, I just became an addict. I started doing like heroin, and I would do cocaine, and I just became an addict. Same time, it's like looking back on it now, it's like it's like a lifestyle, it's like, you get so wrapped up in it that like you don't understand that it revolves everything you do in your life at the time,
Do you remember around when that addiction started?
Right before I had moved to Somerville. So, I think I was 37, 38.
What year would that have been around?
15 maybe, 2015. 16, somewhere in there.
Your wife, you mentioned you lived with her in Somerville Street?
Yeah.
Was she aware of this addiction?
Not for a long time, not for a long time. Because she's never done like any drugs or even smoked or drank or, anything like that. So, after I it gets to the point where you think you're hiding it from everybody, but really everybody knows and you're kind of just lying to yourself. So, once my wife confronted me about it, you say you're going to fix it, you lie. Usually it takes you hitting rock bottom. What happened to me,
When was rock bottom for you?
I had gotten in trouble, I was worried about losing my kids, and my wife was taking the kids and leaving, and, she got tired of broken promises and was going to just take my kids and leave.
And was that around January of 2020?
Yeah.
The objection is sustained. I'll let the answer stand, but caution the state. No leading questions, please.
Do you remember when you hit rock bottom?
It was early 2020.
Prior to that, what was your drug of choice?
It started with Percocet, and then it went to heroin, or fentanyl, either or,
Heroin or fentanyl?
Yeah.
Are you sober now?
Yeah.
How long?
18 months.
18 months sober?
I went to a facility, and then I also go now daily to, a place in Mass where I get treatment and I do meetings still, so.
And I think you said earlier it took you getting into trouble to get sober.
Getting into trouble, but it was more like, like getting sick, and then, like, I don't think you really think about yourself as much because you're destroying yourself, but, like, at some point you kind of open your eyes and see everybody around you and realize you're, like, destroying them too,
And I noticed you just looked down when you said that. Is this something, this period in your life, is it something that you're proud of?
No.
So back to late 2019, did you have a circle of friends?
I did. I had like a big house, so like my house was like probably half of this place, the bottom, my cellar, and it was huge. So I kind of just had like a revolving door because, when you're like, you justify everything you do, and then when you like start doing drugs, you're like, you get sick, you get really sick if you don't have them, and I mean, you get hot flashes, you sweat, you shake, you can't control your bowels, you don't sleep, and you have agonizing pain, So for like a lot of people, not that it's an excuse, but like some people are addicts and they get to the point where they just don't want to get sick, Like people do get high, but like the thing you really don't want to have happen is to get sick, And so I would have everybody at my house, and then like I guess like you think they're your friends, and I guess you think you're being their friend because like I would give them drugs, they would give me drugs, and like like I wasn't being a good friend then, but
So you mentioned
you tell yourself that.
You had a lot of people that you would trade with, and you guys thought you were friends. Who were those people back in 2019?
I had a lot. I had I had Adam, I had Ish, Kimmy, Amber. I could name 50 people.
You mentioned someone named Ish.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the full name of that person?
Ishmael Garcia.
And how long did you know Ishmael Garcia for?
I knew Ish. He was the person that I had met in Beach Hill. He's the person that I got started doing it.
And so you had a drug connection with him?
Yeah.
You mentioned Kimmy. Do you know her name, her full name?
Kimmy is like she's like a really good person, and she's one of those people that like, you meet some people you see like that are doing drugs, they're easy to
Sustained.
So, Mr. Sullivan, my question was, do you know what Kimmy's full name is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Kimberly Frayne, I think.
And how did you know her?
Like I said, she was like, I had met her from, like, she had called when her car went missing. And she would come over all the time, but, like, Kimmy was just someone who, like, an easy target, like an easy target to...
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd request permission to lead.
Approach.
That's how long I knew her for.
Earlier you said soft target. What does that mean?
Approach?
Mr. Sullivan, you also mentioned Adam. Who's Adam?
Adam is sitting at the defendant table. He was somebody who, he was the person who came over the house. You know, we did drugs, gave each other drugs, you know, same thing, just an addict knowing an addict.
And how'd you meet Adam?
Manny had come over and we were hanging out and we all did drugs in the bathroom, you know.
So you just mentioned someone named Manny. Do you know is Manny a nickname?
Yeah.
Do you know his real name?
I think it's Hector.
Okay.
Ayala, I think, or something.
Back to the defendant. So you met him through Manny.
Yeah.
And how long did you know him for?
About well, probably about maybe 16 months, somewhere in there, you know, I don't know. Maybe in the same time frame as Kimmy, you know, it was kind of the same group.
And so there was a drug connection with
Yeah.
the defendant? Do you know what his drug of choice was back then?
Crack.
How
And like he would get sick if he didn't have, you know, heroin too.
How often would you see the defendant?
I mean, once he started coming over, it was like, you know, everybody kind of came over daily, you know. It was like I let my house become a drug house, you know.
Your house became a drug house? Did you ever go to the defendant's house?
Once.
And do you remember where he lived?
On the west side, I don't know the name. I just know how to get there. You know, you go over the bridge, the west side. You go past like the Applebee's and that plaza on your left, and take a left up the hill. And his street is on the right, about midway down.
Are we talking about here in Manchester?
Yeah.
Do you remember who he was living with at the time?
His girl and his kid.
Do you remember his girl's name?
She worked at Dunkin's. I think it's like Kayla or something like.
So you don't remember her name?
I'm not sure, yeah.
That's fine. Did you ever do drugs with her?
One time.
And was that at your home? Or
That was at their home.
Their home. Besides that one time that you did drugs with her, did you see her more than that?
I mean, only like if, you know, he was stopping by with her or something like that, but it didn't really like, you know, I never spoke with her, you know, or like, you know, it was just that one time that we spoke at the house.
So again, I want to focus on late 2019. Back in late 2019, did you become aware of an incident involving stolen guns?
Yeah.
And can you tell us about that?
So, like I said, you know, like if you know people that aren't used to aren't like are beginner drug addicts, then a lot of times you can like borrow their car or because they're just starting out.
So I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Sullivan. At some point you became aware of stolen guns.
Yeah.
Do you know whose guns were stolen?
Kimberly and Chris's.
And those are the Frains?
Yes.
At some point after learning about that, did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
Tell me about that conversation.
Well, at first it wasn't with him, like we were at my house, and like, so I'm not having to just.
So I want to focus on the conversation you had with the defendant, not with others.
So there was a conversation that was had at my house, and then when we were we were getting high, and he didn't have any drugs, so I was giving him drugs, and then he was saying that his girl was going to be sick, so I gave him some more, and then he did that too. So I said, hey, like, I'll give you some more, but let's go to your house so I can make sure that she gets it so she doesn't get sick. And he was like, all right. And there was a conversation that happened at my house, and on the way over there, we spoke about that. The conversation that just happened at my house is about Kimberly having cameras, and Adam said, I know she's lying about the cameras, and I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I know she's lying about the cameras. He's like, because I'd already be in jail,
Okay, so let's back up. There was a conversation at your house, and who was present for that conversation?
I mean, there could have been 12 people there at the time, but I know it was me, Kimmy, and Adam, because Kimmy had like tried to say something to his girl, like that, like, I didn't know at the time if she was or wasn't, but like had said, I have cameras, and I guess his girl like got upset or like.
And so were you?
Can we approach for a moment? Go ahead.
So, Mr. Sullivan, there was a conversation at your house. Sorry, was there a conversation at your house?
Yes.
And Kim Frain was there for that?
Yes.
And the defendant was there for that?
Yes.
And obviously you were there for that?
Yes.
Did cameras come up in that conversation?
Yes.
You leave your house right after that?
Well, actually, me and him, we had gone and started getting high, and then after I had given him stuff, and then I gave him stuff for his girl, he did that, and then that's how we ended up going to his house, because I said, hey, I'll give it to her, Not that I was, like, doing a good thing at the time.
I just want to unpack that, and then we'll move on from there. And so before we do, if you didn't hear something yourself,
Okay.
or unless I specifically ask, so I just want to ask about what you heard and,
Okay.
and what you saw. Okay. So you and the defendant were doing drugs,
Mm-hmm.
and he said he needed some for his girl.
Yes.
He said she was drug sick.
Yeah.
Okay. And so did you give him stuff for?
Yes.
Okay. And he ended up doing that as well?
Yes.
And what had you given him?
Heroin.
Right. And so did you have a concern at that point?
Well, the whole, like at the beginning, he had said his wife was sick, and like, not that like you're a good person for giving anybody anything, but like, if you've been sick, you don't want anyone to get sick. So, like, I was like, and as awful as it sounds, like when you're doing it, like if you get sick, then, everything is shutting down. You're like, you're sweating, shaking, your stomach hurts, you can't control your bowels,
So was your goal to
And
ensure?
what happens is if you take just a little bit, it all fixes. Everything, like within moments, you're like back to normal, just with a little bit. So I was gonna go over there and just give her a little bit.
And you wanted to make sure
She
got
wasn't
it.
sick, but I'm not like, I wasn't doing her any favors by giving her any. I'm just saying that that's what I did,
Your goal was to make sure she got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So did you leave at some point with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you leave?
In his vehicle.
Sorry, did you
In
say
his vehicle.
in his vehicle? And was there a conversation in his vehicle?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the substance of that
And
conversation
we were
was?
having the conversation downstairs between him and Kimmy that I overheard. Then when we got in the car, he was laughing because he was like, she's bullshitting. I know she don't have cameras, He's like, because if she had cameras, I'd be in jail already. Talking about, because she was saying that she had cameras the night that her guns got stolen.
Okay, and what's your understanding of the guns that were stolen?
So from all the people, my understanding is that she had given handguns, she said that, I don't know if she said they got stolen or not, I just know that she had given handguns to Manny and Ish, and then that her assault rifle was stolen.
All right. So we're back in the car with the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you go from there?
To his house.
And was there another conversation with him at his house?
When we walked in, he had told his wife who I was, and then what had just happened, and then she started telling me how much she disliked.
Sustained.
So I don't want to hear what Kayla told
Okay.
you, or his girl, sorry,
Okay.
told you. I want to hear what he told you.
He just, when we were on our way over there, he didn't really say much. He knew why we were going over there, and then after we had that conversation when we got there, he was introducing me to his girl,
Okay. And did the subject of the cameras come up when you got to
Yes.
to his house?
Yes.
Did he say anything in response to that?
No, she started talking about how much she didn't like. Okay.
Sustained.
He went during when we started discussing the conversation we just had at my house. He was going into the back room to get the works, or if you're getting needles, and stuff. And then when he was going in the back room, he said, we were talking about that conversation we had, and then he said, I got it right back here. He's like, I got it in the back room,
Okay, and at some point during that conversation, did you see the firearms?
No.
At any point after you found out about the theft of the firearms, did you see them?
Yeah. Yes.
When was this one time, multiple times?
the time that he came over to my house, and then I actually didn't have, like, he had come over, and I think he thought, like, he was going to be able to trade it. I don't know what he thought, but he came over and got out of it.
Sorry, Mr. Sullivan, my question was, did you see the guns one time or multiple times?
I saw the assault rifle once.
Okay. Was there another firearm in this case that you saw?
I believe he brought, like, I don't know how to say that, 'cause I'm not. But I believe he brought a shotgun over and he just had it and was showing everybody. But I'm not.
When you say he brought it over where?
To my home.
So you mentioned an assault rifle and you mentioned a shotgun. Did you see those rifles or those firearms at the same time, or
No.
were those separate times?
Separate times. Like, I knew that it was because like, from what I recall, there was 4 bullets like on the side of like the shotgun. That's why I knew it was like the shotgun. And then when I saw the rifle, like he had gotten it out of the car, and there was like a sheet over it, but he had the stock and the barrel sticking out, and he was walking up to my house. And I said, no, you can't, because like it was broad day, and he looked like Rambo coming up up the driveway with like just a little sheet over it.
At any point, did the defendant offer you the firearms for sale?
When that day that he had come over, he was talking to me about this, if I wanted it, and I said, I don't even have, I'm like, I'm going to get sick soon. I rarely didn't have drugs, so like I said, I didn't have any, and he was like, when he had asked me if I wanted it, and he's like, that's all right, he's like, I can get rid of this, and he's like, he had a buddy that he could get rid of it to.
Okay. And so the conversation that you're describing right now, you said you didn't have any what?
Heroin.
Is that what he was offering the gun to you for?
That's what he wanted to trade. He wanted to trade for anything. If I had, coke or heroin or anything, I didn't have nothing.
So he tells you, it's okay, I can get rid of it.
Yeah.
And this is at your house?
Yeah.
What happened next?
So I tell him, he like talks to somebody and he says, hey, I got a guy that's coming over and he's going to pull up and I'm going to give it to him. And I said, move your car out of my driveway. I had a big parking lot next to my house, and I said, will you go into the parking lot and not in my driveway? So he went out, and it's really like there's a fence, and here's my door, and like maybe from me to you is where he parked, but it was out of my driveway.
Okay, so he moves his vehicle.
Yeah.
And that's after telling you that he has someone that's coming?
Yeah.
What was your understanding of what that person was coming to do?
He was getting rid of the gun.
And which gun are we talking about on this occasion?
The assault, like the assault rifle. Like I say assault rifle.
Your wife?
And the person in the passenger seat threw a large amount of drugs in the car. They wanted to know whose drugs those were.
Okay. That's Bernatchez that was in the car with you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Me either.
That's close. And they wanted to talk to you about things that you knew.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Them, and in exchange, you understood that you could go to rehab and your troubles would be behind you.
No, when I went to go to court that day, my lawyer actually said, Mike, you don't have to agree to anything. I can go talk to the prosecutor, and he just said that you can I worked it out where you can go to rehab for a month. So there was no no agreement to anything, Just like with here, like, after I had given them the information, why I said I would show up without no subpoena is because I said something after.
Let's go back to the 20th, to 2020.
Okay.
So you actually gave them information about someone else that caused you to leave town, right?
No, I didn't leave town. I didn't want to stay in town and go to rehab because the rehab was in town.
So you gave information and then got worried that the person that you gave information on would read it in their discovery and know that you had given the information, so you kind of went in hiding.
Yeah, well, no, just like all our circle of friends all came to my house every day. So eventually, like in his discovery, he would see that, and then everybody at the house would ask me about it. I wasn't, I mean, I did what I did, so, I wasn't going to sit there and say no, but at the same time, I didn't want everybody at my house to, and at that time I was doing drugs, so I didn't want, like, my drug world to fall apart.
Okay. So you were not afraid of that other person that you had given information on?
Oh, no, I was worried about it. I was definitely worried about it,
All right. And other information that you gave, because you sort of gave a whole lot of stuff, right?
No, I told him about that one thing, and I told him about things that, like I said, I'm not trying to, like, sit on, like, a high horse, but I told him about things I wanted to tell him anyway.
Okay.
So they didn't, like, make me tell him anything. Like, I gave them that information,
But they had told you that they were
Bring it all in.
way and calling DC or IS.
Yeah, about the stuff in the car that I didn't know whose it was. So I couldn't say because I didn't see what had happened. Two people were saying two different things about what happened in the car.
Okay. So one of the bits of information that you did give him on the 20th was about the Fran guns, right?
I don't know if that was on the 20th, but I did end up giving him that, yeah.
It was shortly after you were pulled over with the drugs in the car, right?
I'm not sure if it was then or when they got me on the warrant. Like when they came and got me at the house.
Well, back on the 20th, you gave information that Ish, Manny, and Adam, well, you said that Ish and, first of all, you let the police know that you had information on stolen drugs from Kim and Chris Sprain's house.
No.
You didn't tell them that.
No, I didn't. I don't know anything about stolen drugs.
Did I say drugs or guns?
Drugs.
My mistake. So, you gave police information about, that you said you could give information about stolen guns from Chris and Kim Frain's house.
Yes.
And you told them where Kim and Chris Frain lived at the time that their guns were taken, right?
I assume so.
And you told them that Ish, Manny, and then you said, and Adam stole the guns.
I don't know if that's what I said. I don't know. I haven't. I did tell them about it, so I don't know what I said. Like I said, I haven't reviewed or looked at anything. I said I will.
Okay. And you told the police that, and the prosecutor asked you, that you actually held the guns, right?
I don't know. I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And you also told them that you held them at Adam's house.
I never saw it at Adam's house.
And you also told them when they asked where you got the information about what happened to the guns, you said you got it from Ish. You remember that?
I don't remember any of it. So if you want to, like I'll go over my thing with you if you want, but I don't recall any of that.
Okay. So we'll go over some other things as well, and I said that I was going to set the stage there was a conversation with the police back in January-ish of 2020. And then in March of 2022,
I am gonna pee my pants. I have the best soundbite coming up.
Yes.
you had spoken to your wife and you understood the police wanted to talk to you.
Yes.
And at that time, you were in Manchester
No.
when you got the call from your wife.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Russell.
No. I wasn't in Manchester. I was en route. So I guess, I mean, I when I first talked to her, I was driving there. And then when I got there, we talked more about it. So, yeah.
Okay. Staying at Beach Street?
Beach Hill, yes.
Beach Hill.
I was picking up my son.
Huh?
I was picking up my son.
Okay. So, the next, after you understood from your wife that the police wanted to talk to you, the police showed up in the morning to arrest you, right?
They said, just have Mike come
Let's
down.
get Elaine on the
So I
soundboard,
spent the
shall we?
night. Instead of leaving with my son, I spent the night at Mike's house. And then I was supposed to go in the morning, but it was probably like, I don't know, really early in the morning. And all of a sudden it was like in the movies where like people were held down on ropes and like jumped, like everybody came in and they, it was the U.S. Marshals.
Okay. Bunch of police.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of a scary situation, right?
Yeah, it was too much.
And that was in March of 2022. Is that right?
I don't know. I believe you.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I don't know if you guys could even tell that I was playing it. Listen. I don't know what's funnier. I don't know what's funnier, the soundbite or the fact that you guys couldn't tell that I was playing it. Because you were listening to Elaine, you couldn't tell I was playing it. So I don't know what is funnier. This is the soundbite. Do I need to turn it up? Is it too silent? Hold on. Oh, man. It's when you get the afternoon funnies, right?
Ish.
and then to see Angie be ish, krish, bish. Okay, listen. I got it turned up.
Ish. Ish.
You guys couldn't even tell I was playing. Oh, shit. I'm sorry you keep getting booted, man. That's as loud as it gets.
Ish.
All right. We're going to watch a little bit more.
Give you a copy ish of a transcript of that interview to see if the date might refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
Ish. So this is an interview with Michael Sullivan. That would be you?
March 31st, 2022.
Okay, does that sound right?
Yes.
And they came, they arrested you, they brought you to the police department.
Mm-hmm.
And the arrest was for a fugitive from justice, right?
It was for the same charge, but when I didn't go to rehab.
It was for a fugitive from justice for not going to court when you were supposed to on the charge.
We're not going to rehab. I got a fugitive of justice for not going. If I had gone to rehab, that would all gone away.
Fugitive
I never
of
went to
justice.
rehab. They
What does
issued
that
that
mean?
warrant, and they came and got me.
So you're saying you didn't miss court on that?
I didn't go to the rehab that I was supposed to go to after that. That's what I was
You were
saying.
also supposed to go to court on those charges after that, right?
No, my lawyer had made it so that if I went to rehab, then those would go away.
Okay. Well, that was the drug charge from January of 2020, right?
I believe so.
You you had an outstanding warrant at the time that you were arrested in January of 2020 for September 2019.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, you had a felony drug charge, right?
I don't think I had a felony drug charge. Maybe. Yes, I assume that, yes, you know. I don't know what my charges were. I know that my lawyer came to me and said, hey, I talked to the prosecutor. I'm like, go to rehab. When you leave this courthouse, go to rehab right now. From here, go there. And I walked out and went home.
Okay. So, you didn't do what your lawyer told you to, so those charges were still there.
Yeah.
And you still had your earlier charges from September of 2019.
I don't know. I don't know if that was part of, like, I assumed that was part of that. Because I thought all my stuff was done if I had gone that day. I don't know.
So you didn't go that day, so there's no reason
No.
to do.
Okay, we're going to stop there because they're going to be back shortly. But I just wanted to share some photos. Jess, I don't know if she's on her way to court or if she's in court, but she just sent me some pictures of the Union Street apartment. So I want to share those with you guys before they come back. They have a memorial for Harmony outside of the Union Street apartment. And I believe that was where that guy was just testifying that he was with Adam. I'm not sure, though. You guys are a lot better with the details than I am. So here are the photos from our correspondent, Jess. And let's let those load up. Okay, here's the first one. This is the... Hold on, let me do it this way instead. There we go. This is the memorial for Harmony. They have a Minnie Mouse. Remember, Crystal said her favorite was Minnie Mouse. This is the door to the Union Street apartment. Hang on, let's shrink all these down. There's 4 of them. Okay. So let's go like this. Here it is from the across the street. This is where they lived. Not sure where she is. She's out and about. She just sent me pictures. All right. That's the first one. Here's another view from across the street. There's the door, 644 Union Street. And then there's the memorial right on the corner. Thank you so much, Jess. Can Jammers, can you put the link for the Girl Scout cookies? I would like everyone to check out the link for Jammer's daughter's Little Jams cookies. We all love a Girl Scout cookie. You can't lie. You know you want some Thin Mints. You know you want some Samoas. Give me Samoa. Jammers, throw that link, or somebody, one of the moderators, throw the link up and get your Girl Scout cookies today. You'll be supporting a wonderful little girl that is the daughter of one of our very own, our Jammers. And get your rubbish at that link.
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Attorney Agati, can you get Detective Rahill back? We can start with him on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
We are back.
Make sure back is up and running, and then I will.
The cookies are shipped directly to you. You order on the website. It is.
And I don't have those.
It
other
can't be
documents,
easier.
just FYI.
Someone get that link in the
No,
chat.
Your Honor, there were, the person who was assisting us in drafting them had missed 2 edits. I've made corrections to those 2 edits, and I've asked them to submit them, and I asked them for that about 10 minutes ago. So it may just not be in yet.
Okay, so the pleading is not going to be identical?
No, it will, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I should say redactions rather than edits, I apologize. There
because-
were 2 areas that had not been redacted out that you had asked to be redacted, and I said, no, these are included.
Okay, but it's the identical pleading?
Yes,
Because that's
identical
the pleading will be open to the public, and the
That's
other one.
correct.
Okay, perfect.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Detective Rahill, when you're ready. All right, Detective Rahill, if you would just come back up and take the stand, please. And while you're doing that, you can have them come in. All rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up!
Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Detective Rahill, just a few more questions for you.
The Morse
During your
code gets me
involvement in
every
this
time.
investigation regarding those records that you received from the Home Depot, did you attempt to obtain surveillance footage from the Home Depot? Surveillance footage of specifically that February 26th transaction?
Yes.
Were you successful in retrieving that, obtaining it?
No.
Can you tell the jurors why not?
It was the date that we needed was too far back from when we asked for that, on the date that we asked.
Detective Rahill, will you recognize the defendant if you saw him today?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been marked. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that image?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
During the course of your involvement in this investigation, the homicide of Harvey Montgomery, did you make an arrest?
Yes.
Who did you arrest?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery I just showed you an image of?
Yes.
And when did you make that arrest?
It was October. I don't know the exact date, but it was back in October of 20. It was back in October of 2022 at the Valley Street Jail, which is 405 Willow Street, the Hillsborough County Jail.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
When Kayla was on the stand-ish, she was asked questions about purchasing drugs from Mr. Bedard on the day that she claimed Harmony died. And she testified that she couldn't remember if she got the drugs from Bedard. Did she tell you on June 23rd, 2022, that she got drugs, she went up and got drugs from Mr. Bedard? I think she claimed after they had come back from Burger King, but before the car broke down.
I'm not sure. I would have to refer to my report.
Sure. I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript. Actually, show you the official. And do you recall being present at her June 23rd, 2022 interview?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of her transcript, would that assist you?
Yes.
I point you to page 224, and this is actually what I'm going to ask you about, but you can read before or after the organ.
Okay.
And she actually told you all of you in that room, that she was the one that went up and purchased the drugs from Mr. Bedard, right?
That's correct. She says that.
And she even was able to give you a reason why she remembered that she was the one that went up.
Yes. Do you want the page marked?
I do. Thank you. Do you recall the photograph of that fuel grinder?
Yes.
And that was a photograph that Kayla initialed for you, is that right?
No, I don't believe so. She initialed the lime bag.
Well, were you present for the December prep session with Kayla Montgomery?
No.
December of this past December?
Correct. I was not present.
Okay. Kayla's March
16th.
16?
Yes, I was.
2023 interview, is that correct?
That's correct.
That was also called a proffer,
Yes.
right? And during that proffer, you came with some photographs, right?
Yes.
And is State's Exhibit 62 one of the photographs you came with?
Yes.
And that was the pictures of several four types of line, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Also, I'm going to show you a copy of State's Exhibit 63-ish. Did you go with a copy of this photograph?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it possible?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit I. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit H. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
And you had been to collect the receipt from Home Depot prior to that March 23rd, 2023 interview, right?
Yes, we received those before that interview.
Okay. And is one of the things in the interview that you wanted to talk to her about was tools?
Yes.
And was Exhibit 63 one of the tools you wanted to talk to her about?
We wanted to talk to her multiple tools. I honestly don't recall that specific tool.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go put a t-shirt on. I'm hot because I'm laughing so hard over here. The ish is like quiet. Like it's quiet where it's not like too loud in your ear, right? You can hear her in the background. Ish. She's so damn mousy. Oh, man.
Ish.
I got him. Yeah.
Well, I will start
Oh,
with...
she's just starting?
The photograph of the lime. You had already gone to collect information from Home Depot, right?
Yes.
And you had collected receipts for something that was purchased that day.
Yes.
And one of the things that set you to looking at purchases that day was mentioned by Kayla in June of 2021.
22.
That lime was in the Union Street apartment used in the shower.
Correct.
And so you were in part looking for purchases of lime.
Correct.
Right? And when you came across this receipt at Home Depot, it talked about a cash purchase of lime, right?
Correct.
And the purchase of the lime was $5.38, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay, and that was for a 40-pound bag?
Yes.
And did you also do research on what lime does?
For the soil,
Uh-huh.
it raises the pH.
And it reduces growth in bacteria?
Yes, I don't know if I can't answer that question.
Okay. So the only information that you have is putting it on lime to lawns to increase.
Thank you so
pH.
much, Quinny.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
She got 7
And
boxes.
the $199 item that was purchased. It only has a bunch of, and this is from, sorry, Exhibit 92.
We're talking about Exhibit 92 now, or are you talking about the previous exhibit?
I thought that's what was referring to previous exhibit. I'll withdraw that objection.
Okay.
Oh, so this is one of the pages, and I'll have it all together, of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 92. And after the limestone, there was an item that is referenced for $199, right?
Okay, hold on a second. Counsel, could you approach for a second?
When you just handed him that mark. When you just handed him ish.
Exhibit E.
I can't with these people.
$199, right?
Yes, there's a transaction here for $199.
And in your research, you discovered that that was a battery.
Correct.
$200 battery, right?
Yes.
And then the next item was a Milwaukee fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
And how much was that?
$179.
And this purchase of the fuel grinder came with a battery, right?
I don't know.
You didn't check?
I don't know if it came with a battery.
Okay, it came with its own blade.
I don't know that.
Okay. So if the state said on opening that he bought an extra blade and a battery, that information would not have come from you.
Correct.
Okay. So that is almost $400 for a cordless tool, right? And a battery and a blade.
Correct. And lime.
And the lime was only less than $10.
Yes.
So when you took this photograph of various items of lime to Kayla to identify, you only had lime bags from Home Depot, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you asked her to point to the lime bag to see if she recognized it, she said she circled this.
Foundation.
Overruled.
If we can approach, Your Honor.
Okay. The objection is sustained.
When she circled this item, she didn't circle it as the item. She circled it as most similar to the item, right?
Correct.
She did not identify this, even though it's circled as the type of lime that she recalled, right?
Correct.
And she did not circle it as the same packaging as she recalled, right?
Correct.
It was just the most similar of the 4 that you gave her from Home Depot.
Correct.
And you didn't go to any other place to check about other lime purchases in the area?
Correct.
Except for the Home Depot purchases, right?
Correct.
And the Home Depot purchases in the 1 month period had about 33 purchases of lime at various Home Depots?
That's right.
Okay. So it is something that is purchased in the winter time.
Yes.
And, you know, if it reduces smell.
I don't.
Okay. Ish. So then I'm going to go on to, did you subpoena Tabitha Scott for grand jury testimony?
Did I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. So you went with photographs to talk to Kayla about potential tool searches, right? Tool that may have been used.
Yes,
Not that you had information that tools were used, you just wanted to talk to her about tools.
that's correct.
And you had information that led you to believe that perhaps a purchase of lime and a tool was made sometime around the time of what Kayla described as a shower at Union Street and manipulation of the body.
Is that a question? I don't. Can
Okay.
you rephrase that?
It was very poorly phrased. Break it down. Your discovery of what you think was connected or could have been connected, the line to Union Street apartment events that Kayla described. When did you make those discoveries?
Of the lime purchases, well, we subpoenaed them. We subpoenaed Home Depot a couple months after her last proffer, where she mentioned the lime. Sorry. So we discovered them 2 to 3 months after we spoke to Kayla about the lime.
So about September of
2022. Correct.
And then you wanted to talk to her about tools, right?
That's correct.
And since you had a tool that seemed to be connected with at least one purchase, this would be one of the tools that you would want to talk to her about.
Yes.
And so you can't remember, but does it seem likely that you took this picture with you?
I can't recall, but yeah, like I said, I can't recall if we took that specific one.
Did you take a picture of this tool, maybe not this one?
Like I said, I can't answer that. I don't know. I
Like,
remember
what the
the
fuck
miter
is
saw
this?
and
And everybody's like, what
the
the
skill
fuck is
saw or
this?
the handheld saw, but I don't remember that one specifically.
If she hadn't described any tools as being used in the shower, why would you take a circular saw photograph?
To check to see if any of these saws or tools were used.
And if you had no information about tools being used in the shower, why would you bring a picture of a miter saw?
Just because she might not have been familiar with different saws, so we wanted to give her a couple different photos to show her.
And if you were wondering whether a fuel grinder was used, you probably wanted to bring a picture of a fuel grinder too, right?
Yes, that seems likely, yes.
Okay. So, you had Kayla describe the tool that she had said was in the apartment, right?
In the apartment, yes, correct.
And not in the shower or anything. This was just something that she recalled was in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And you showed her a picture that was neither the miter saw or the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And was that probably the fuel grinder?
No, I believe it was the circular saw.
Okay. I'm going to try a little bit slower then. Do you recall showing her a picture that she said, no, that wasn't it?
No, I don't recall that.
I'm going to show you. If I showed you a copy of the transcript of that interview, do you think that might help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
I'm going to show you again a copy of, and this is the transcript of the March 16, 2023 interview, right?
Yes.
And you were present.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you the bottom of 8481. And again, you can read whatever you want for reference, but it's there at the bottom. And let me know.
Can I go to the next page? It
I
cuts off.
say, review anything
Okay.
that you want to orient yourself. There are other pages, I will say, if you're looking for it, where we talk about the circular and miter saw.
Yes. So in these questions, it doesn't appear we describe what we're showing her.
Right, right. So
Right.
we'll have to get there.
Right.
I understand that.
Yes.
Okay. So you're,
McNo.
if I may?
Yep.
Okay. She had described the tool the old tool that was in the apartment under the counter.
Yes. Yes.
And you showed her a photograph and said, I'm going to show you a picture of a tool. Can you just tell me if you've seen it in the apartment or not? And she said no, right?
Yes.
And you don't know if it was a picture of the fuel grinder, but you probably had one there, right?
Probably.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes, it could have been there. Like I said, I don't recall.
Okay. And you don't know if that was the picture of the circular saw, right?
I believe.
She's referring to.
Correct.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
But at some point, she actually did identify the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And so it probably wasn't the circular saw that she was talking about there when she said, I never saw that.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Could you restate the question, please?
Since she recognized the circular saw, it was not the circular picture of the circular saw that you were. So I want to have you, so you do recall that she identified when you showed her the picture of the circular saw, she identified that, right?
Yes.
And that was actually at a different part that you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And she was talking about the tool that was in the apartment when you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And you showed her a picture, and I'm at 8484, a picture of a circular saw, and she said it was most like that, right?
Yes. I recall that.
And so this picture of the circular saw is the one that she identified, right?
Yes.
So earlier, when you showed her a photo and she said, I never saw that, it wasn't this photograph, right?
Correct.
And then after that, you showed her a picture of a miter saw, and I'm showing Exhibit H, right?
Yes.
And you put that on the record that after you showed her that, she said, no, that's not the one, right?
Correct.
You put on the record that you were showing her the miter saw, right?
Correct.
So we have on the record identification of the circular saw after that first photograph we talked about, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we have on the record identification of a miter saw after that first photograph that you talked about, right?
Yes.
So that first photograph that you talked about, which I've lost again, would have been the fuel grinder, right?
Yes, it must have been if those other two were identified.
Okay. And do you need to see the transcript to know that the other two were specifically identified?
No, I remember those.
Okay. Now, Kayla, oops, I get the page, sorry.
I am here to help you learn.
Shut up, Amica.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, my numbers are different, so it takes a little. Sorry. Kayla testified on direct, or on cross, I think, that she had not mentioned anything about Adam, or had not mentioned the story about Adam wanting to take a tool from her mother's house that she told prosecutors in December of 2023. And she said that she didn't say it because it didn't come up. Okay? You actually, one of you that was in the interview, she was actually asked, and I lost it again. She was actually asked if she remembered Adam buying anything or stealing anything or other types of tools like power tools or anything, right?
Yes, she was.
So she was actually asked about anything involving power tools with Adam, right?
That's correct.
And she did not, in this March of 2023 interview, mention Adam saying that he wanted to take her mother's fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
She did not mention in March of 2023 that Adam wanted to use a power tool on Harmony.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Thank you so much, Holly. Guess what? We got some coming in hot merch. If you want to have it stuck in your head 24/7, get yourself something with merch. Or some merch with coming in hot, like the fajita. Bring it all in.
Bring it all in.
Bring that shit all in, she says. Thank you so much. Myron just got me some Girl Scout cookies. I'm so excited. Myron, thank you for sending me Girl Scout cookies, and thank you for helping out Little Jams. This guy he's getting a little bit tired, I think. Caroline Smith, he says, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so I'm looking up what is a fuel grinder used for. And it's a handheld power tool that comes in different sizes and includes a range of settings. Whichever model you use, they all perform the same standard functions: grinding, cutting, and polishing materials. The main materials that it can be used on are metal, tile, stone, and concrete. So when they were saying grinder, I know this sounds really bad and stupid of me, but when they were saying grinder earlier, I was thinking like a hamburger, like those hamburger grinders that like hook on your KitchenAid. So yeah, I mean, I'm with you on what the jury mainly consisting of women is thinking, because I was thinking of my KitchenAid mixer with a frickin' grinder on there. No, it's got nothing to do with fuel. It actually is battery operated. We're back. I thought. Exactly, hippie. I think we're all tired of Elaine's.
Detective Ray Hill, you also talked on direct about the removal of the sheetrock at Fitz Shelter.
That's correct.
And you were present for the removal or one of the participants?
I was one of the participants.
Okay. And we also had Detective O'Reilly, I believe. Maybe.
He was present.
Okay. Was the one that was sort of underneath the sheetrock and trying to cut it?
Yes.
And so the sheetrock was cut from underneath.
Correct.
That if you're standing in the room, you're looking at it. And from underneath, it was cut around a very large section of sheetrock, right?
That's correct.
And as it's ready to come down, is that when the paper is laid so that it can be laid on something that will capture anything that falls?
Yeah, so specifically during that cutting of the drywall, we cut the drywall and the studs were the last things that were holding it together. So we made sure that we had a piece of paper ready to go once we cut those studs out, and had a team ready to transfer the wall to the paper.
Okay. And so the team is also underneath at various positions under the drywall, right?
Correct.
And as the final studs are cut through,
Yes.
People are gently bringing it down, bringing it down, bringing it down, and putting it on the paper.
Correct. It wasn't directly down. It was a little to the side from where we took it off. But yes, that was the motion.
Bringing it down and maybe moving it over,
Yes.
and bringing it down and putting it down, right?
Yes.
And then paper, it is sort of wrapped up in paper, right?
That's correct.
So that you've got the paper that is bigger than the sheetrock, right?
Yes.
And as it is put on that paper, the paper is folded over so that it's fully covered by the paper.
Yes, we actually had to use 2 sheets of paper due to the size of the piece that we obtained. 1 sheet was not enough, so we had to actually take 2 pieces to tape them together.
Meaning that you had a strip of paper and beside it another strip of paper?
That's correct. And I believe we taped it too beforehand before we actually wrapped it. Like taped it, yes, correct.
Together. So it's all taped up. You come down, you move it, you put it on the ground, and then you step away and somebody moves, probably on both ends, moves that paper to cover it up and moves the other side and covers it up so that it is not exposed to anything that you can help, right?
Correct.
And it was an arduous activity, right?
Yes.
But you all took care to preserve everything that you could.
Yes.
Right? And it may not have worked, but you were certainly trying to keep anything away from the top of that sheetrock, right?
It worked. We made sure that we did everything we could to make sure that nothing got into that sheetrock.
Okay, so it did work.
That's correct.
And people weren't sweating on the sheetrock.
I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that could have happened. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and so certainly while the sheetrock is being cut from the ceiling, it's hot in there and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And then as you're bringing it down, it's hot and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And as it being put on the paper, y'all are hot and you're sweating, right?
I can't speak to everyone, but yes, that's a possibility.
Okay, And you don't want your sweat to go onto the sheetrock, right?
Right.
So that as you're putting it down, you're trying to keep your distance as well.
Yes.
And that's why you covered that right away?
Yes.
Okay. If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just make sure you're standing in front of a microphone, please.
So just 2 questions for you, Detective Rahill. The defense attorney just asked you about the second proffer with Kayla Montgomery, the June 23rd, 2022 proffer, and then that going into the March 16th, 2023 proffer, where you brought those tools. My question for you is related to the defense attorney's question of what information you went armed to that March 16th, 2023 proffer with.
Mm-hmm.
So information from that second proffer on June 23rd of 22. During that June 23rd, 2022 proffer with Kayla Montgomery, did she talk about the defendant's statements about dismembering Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And she actually said, he told me he could put her in pieces.
That's correct.
And did she tell you the context of what he said that in? So did she say what he was doing right before he told her that?
I don't recall.
Did she? Well, let me show you what's. Do you think that seeing that proffer, the transcript from that proffer, would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Welcome in, afternoon chatters.
And you can scroll up or down. Just look up when you're done.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So, do you recall what she said that statement, when he said that statement in context? Or
Yes.
What was he doing?
He was putting her in the bag.
And she described steam coming out of the bathroom?
Yes.
Did she say he was working in the bathroom?
Yes.
On Harmony's body?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Detective. Typically, well, in your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, how would one go about dismembering a female corpse?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Fully what she said was, I know he was going to try and like put her in pieces because he said he was going to try, but he said he couldn't, or something like that, right?
Yes.
No mention of power tools, right?
Correct.
An inability to actually do what she claimed he was saying.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Oh my God. God forbid. God forbid.
You're under the State House, Brittney Bedard.
Be careful of the wires.
So, Ms. Bedard, you can remain standing. Just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat, and if you'd like some water, you can.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable. Ms. Bedard, can you start by telling this jury your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep, my name's Brittney, Brittney. My last name's Bedard, Bedard.
And Ms. Bedard, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Daytona Beach?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you reside?
I lived in Auburn, New Hampshire.
And how long did you live in Auburn, New Hampshire?
I grew up there. I've spent the last 10 years, minus 3 years, in Florida, and yeah.
Ms. Bedard, what do you do for a living?
I currently I'm opening a business. I work for UPS as part-time, but I work from home.
And what's your highest level of what's the highest level of education you've
I've graduated college a few times.
Okay. Are you familiar with an individual named Travis Beach?
I am.
And how do you know Mr. Beach?
I dated him for a little while when I came back home 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, I came back from Florida. I moved back up here 3 years ago, and then I left a year and a half ago.
So I want to turn your attention to early March of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Back in early March of 2020, were you dating an individual named Travis Beach?
I was.
And back then, during early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to stay at the Cont Lodge here in town?
I did.
And do you remember the specific dates that you stayed at the Cont Lodge?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact dates.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
And I've just showed the defense what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 64. And I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64 for identification. Can you take a look at that and just let me know when you're done?
Yeah.
So having taken a look at that, do you recall with any specificity the date that you stayed at the Cont Lodge?
It says on the March 3rd to the 4th.
And does that refresh your recollection as to when you stayed there?
I remember staying there, but it doesn't. I guess I was there.
Okay. When you say it says it, do you recognize any of the names on that list?
Yeah, my name is there. I remember getting the room. I stayed there quite a few times, so I.
Did you in fact get 2 rooms during that period?
I don't remember getting 2 rooms. I remember them having another room, but I don't remember getting both rooms.
I'm going to take this back from you, Ms. Bedard. When you say you remember them having another room, when you say them, who are you referring to?
I remember Adam and Kayla. It was shortly after I met them that they were staying there too. I don't recall that because it was so long ago, the whole situation on why their room was in my name, but yeah.
Do you remember putting their room in your name?
Vaguely.
Okay.
I don't remember the situation surrounding it, but vaguely.
Okay. Ms. Bedard, let me ask you this. You mentioned someone named Adam.
You buzzed?
It was Travis's friend,
You know Adam's last name?
Montgomery.
And you mentioned someone named Kayla. Do you know her last name?
Montgomery.
Back in early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to visit them at their home?
I did.
May I approach the witness? So, Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 65, or 55 rather, and 56. Can you take a look at those each in turn and just look up when you're done?
Yes, I remember those.
And you're smiling.
I do, because he was the cutest little boy ever.
Okay, let me ask you this. The images that are depicted on those exhibits, what are they from?
They are from their apartment on Union Street.
Okay, and when you say their apartment?
Adam and Kayla's apartment.
Okay. And is there an individual depicted in the exhibit?
Yes, his name is Declan, I believe.
Declan.
I don't remember. We were there for, me and Travis were there for a short period of time, and I love little kids because it reminds me of my children, so I sat and played with them the whole time. So.
And do you see a phone in that photograph?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
It looks like one of my old phones.
Okay. The child that's depicted, did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay. And was that a fair and accurate representation of that photo on your phone?
Yes.
And how about the second photo?
It is.
And that's referring to States Exhibit 56 for the record. Also fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of States Exhibits 55 and 56 in Marcus Bowl.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. They are entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So, Ms. Bedard, you said that you recalled taking this photo. And I believe you said it was at their apartment on Union Street?
Yes.
Did that photo actually record the
location.
time and date?
I don't know if it recorded the time, but I know it had, okay, it must have, yeah.
So specifically referring to States Exhibit 55, did the photo that you took record the specific time and date that the
Yes,
photo
it
was
did.
taken? And what was that?
It was Sunday, March 1st at 6:02 p.m.
March 1st?
Yes.
Okay, and referring to States Exhibit 56, did that record the location that you took that photo from?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and what was the location?
It just says Union. It doesn't give the exact address. It just says Union Street.
Is there an intersection?
Yeah, Orange Street and Union Street.
I'm going to take those back from you. Thank you. So you mentioned you recalled being at their apartment briefly. Is that correct? So I want to go back to this stay of yours at the Econo Lodge. You said that you may have recalled putting a room in your name for them?
Vaguely.
So do you recall whose name the room in aside? Do you recall the defendant, Adam Montgomery, also being at the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
During your stay? And during that period of time, your stay at the Econo Lodge, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what your familiarity is with the U-Haul rental?
There was a U-Haul that was rented in someone's name, but and I don't remember exactly why. They needed a card on file. I'm assuming because they asked if I could use my card to pay for it.
And when you say they asked, who?
It was Adam and the person, I don't remember what his name is, that they ended up putting the U-Haul's name in.
Okay, so you remember another individual being there?
Yes.
Okay, but you don't recall that individual's name?
No, I do not.
And it wasn't Travis Beach?
No, it was not.
So during that time when you were staying in the Econo Lodge, it sounds like you recall putting at least one of the rooms in your name, is that right?
Yes. Travis and I had gotten a room.
And during that period, did you lose your ID?
Yes. Which happens quite a bit, apparently. That was when I first moved back, and I had just gotten it, and it got stolen from me at the DMV.
So, was that recovered? Your
No, it was not.
Did you put the U-Haul in your name? Do you recall?
No, I did not.
And I think you mentioned this other individual. You don't know their name.
I do not remember what his name was.
We have just a moment. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bedard.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also just going to ask you a couple of questions. On direct, you were asked about the Econo Lodge, and you were staying there with Travis.
Yep.
And Adam and Kate were staying in a separate room.
Yes. They were on the floor below us, I believe.
Before you checked into the Econo Lodge, you were at the Comfort Inn.
No, I've never stayed at the Comfort Inn. They have too high of a security deposit.
Okay, but you were at the Comfort Inn in an effort to try to check in there, right?
Yes, and that's when I didn't have the money for the deposit, and so we were leaving to go to another hotel.
While at the Comfort Inn, you saw Kayla in the parking lot?
Kayla and Adam, yes.
And with Kayla, you saw her with a CMC bag, correct?
I seen this stroller, and I remember, I don't know if it was exactly a CMC bag. I remember there being a tannish, whitish bag in between the seat of the two boys.
And Kayla was in possession of the stroller where the two boys were?
Yes.
Commissioner Poach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you what has been marked States 52. Does this look at all familiar to you?
It does. I mean, from the top, it looked like it had something in it. So, I mean, the bag was set down in between the stroller, so you could only see, like, the top part of it, but yes.
And again, this was a bag that you saw in Kayla's possession.
Yes.
Not
Well, not, it was in the stroller. And she was pushing the stroller.
In the stroller that Kayla was pushing?
Yes.
You did not see the bag in Adam's possession?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Bedard.
Just one question. You said you saw that stroller in the parking lot?
Yeah, they were out. I want to say they were outside when we walked outside to leave to go to the Econo Lodge.
They being
Kayla and Adam.
And the two boys?
Yes.
Together?
Yes.
All right, you may step down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Mr. Dennis Cloutier to the stand, please. Right in this way, if you please come up to the van over there and watch your step on the electrical, please. And Mr. Cloutier, sir, if you could please remain standing just for a brief moment. I'm going to have you raise your right hand and swear you in. You solemnly swear to tell, you solemnly swear before this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
All right, sir, is that your phone that just?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'm
was
going to ask you
turning
to
it
turn it
off
off,
when
please.
Thank you.
Sir.
Yep, it's all
Just
set.
turn your phone off.
Yep.
And I'll ask you to remove your glasses, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cloutier. As we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record, okay?
Dennis Timothy Cloutier, DENNISCLOUTIER.
And Mr. Cloutier, what town do you reside in?
Allstead, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in New Hampshire?
Pretty much my whole life, but I moved away for a few years.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
I'm a maintenance man.
How long have you been doing maintenance?
25 years.
25 years. Let me ask you, are you familiar with an address called 644 Union Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that address? Could you tell the jury?
I contract for maintenance from the landlord, so I take care of it.
Okay. And when we talk about contract for maintenance, what kind of work do you do for him?
Paint the apartments when they're empty, fix things when they're broken.
Okay. What about when you say fix things that you've broken? Just thinking about all my contractors that I might have. Do you do plumbing?
Yeah, basic.
Electrical?
Yeah, outlets and such, nothing more than that.
Okay. Are there sort of lights repairs? There's a hole in the wall or something like that?
Exactly.
Locks?
Locks.
Screen and doors?
Screen and doors.
Okay. And what about flooring?
Flooring, yep.
Okay. And let me ask you, with regards to, I apologize. Also, do you set up an apartment for when a new tenant's going to come in, or do you clean out apartments when old tenants move out?
Both.
You do both?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been doing that at 644 Union Street?
2007.
Okay.
That's when the landlord purchased it.
And you're still doing it to this day?
Yep, worked there this morning.
All right. I want to know, are you familiar with anybody by the name of Tara Hilbert at that address?
She doesn't live at that address, but she lives around the corner in another building that same landlord owns.
Okay. And do you ever interact with her with regards to doing these setups, clean-outs, painting, things like that?
Yeah, every now and then we need her to transfer keys or drop off paperwork for a new tenant. If they're going to look at an apartment and no one's around, she'll open it for us, that sort of thing.
Okay. If I could approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
I want to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 136 and 137 for identification purposes only. Let me show you States 136 first. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
All right. What do you recognize that to be a photo of?
The corner of Orange and Union Street.
Okay. And the building you told me about a moment ago, 644 Union Street, is that shown in that photo?
It is.
Is it labeled in that photo?
It is.
Okay. And what does the label look like, just to tell our jurors?
What, the red little icon?
A red icon, okay. And let me also show you States Exhibit 137, again for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that image?
Same property.
Same property?
Correct.
I believe you said before that Ms. Hilbert was living in an adjacent property?
Correct.
Okay.
She lives in this building.
Okay. And by that, you're pointing to a building on
137 Orange Street.
137, okay.
Correct.
And with regards to these two particular photos, other than the fact that obviously they got a little red sticker down here on the bottom right and they were come off of Google, other than that, do they look to be accurate for the building that you service and that you're
Correct.
familiar with?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the identification be stricken on stage 136 and 137, please.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So, Mr. Gluter, I want to ask you specifically about one other individual besides Ms. Hilbert, and that is showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Adam Montgomery.
Have you interacted with Adam Montgomery before?
I have.
And was he? Did you ever service a unit that he was staying in at 644 Union Street?
I did.
Well, when you met him, did you meet him in person or over the phone?
In person in his apartment.
And how many times would you say? More than once?
I think I was in there twice.
Twice. Okay. Let me ask you, did you ever have a maintenance request for that particular property back on February 27th of 2020?
I did.
Okay. And when you have a maintenance request, what sort of paperwork gets generated from when you do service on a unit?
Well, the way it works is everything is pretty much a verbal agreement. And then when the job is performed, we hand the landlord a bill. And there's a record of that.
And so the record of that?
It's all invoices.
And that was going to be my question, the invoices.
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what those invoices look like?
They're triple carbon. You know, the white, the pink, and the yellow.
So 3 different copies. So you
Yes.
fill it out one time.
That's it. Yep.
So then
Yep.
just makes the copies as we go down?
Correct.
Just for a quick second. I'd like to go ahead and I'd like to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, what kind of document is that?
That's one of my invoices.
Okay. When you said before you got the white and then the white, pink, green?
Yeah,
White,
no,
pink,
white,
yellow,
white, pink, and yellow.
White, pink, yellow, so this is the bottom copy?
Correct.
Okay. And for that particular invoice, you just told us a moment ago about doing some work on February 27th. Is that the invoice from that day?
It is.
Okay. And other than the fact that there's a red stick on it, any changes to that from when you remember turning that copy in?
Not at all.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the identification be stricken from State's Exhibit 70, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cludier, I want to ask you just a couple of quick questions about the job that you did on this day. Specifically from going through, and we'll have an opportunity to look at this more later on. What kind of work did you do for that? And I'm going to leave it there in case you have to refer to it, but what kind of work did you do at that point?
Oh, the guy called about his tub not draining. I knocked on his door. I met him in the kitchen, went around to the bathroom, noticed that the overflow plate where the drain lever is was missing a screw turned sideways, and he said the drain did not drain.
Right.
So I removed the rest of it, went down to the truck, got a snake, snaked out the drain, discovered that he had dislodged the actual plunger that hooks to the lever, so that was stuck down in the drain. So I removed that completely, went back to the truck, grabbed a brand new plate that doesn't have a lever hookup, and he just didn't get a lever.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And I just put a blank plate on that so it could at least overflow water. And that was that. So I snaked the drain and replaced the plate.
Sounds like would you say that that was a fairly easy repair that day?
Yeah, I was in and out of there in maybe 35 minutes.
Okay. While you were there, did you see anybody else inside the apartment?
Yes, I think the woman, Kayla.
Okay.
And some children were on the couch.
Okay. And the children, you said that they were on the couch. Let me ask you, the size of the bathroom in that particular apartment,
How big are we talking, or how
Really
small are we
small.
talking? Really small.
Really small.
Okay.
Like a galley bathroom.
Okay, I see what you mean. So if I come through the door of the bathroom,
If someone's standing behind the door of the bathroom, it won't open.
Okay.
It's a small bathroom.
Right. The plate that you said was off.
It wasn't completely off. It was missing a screw. It was hanging sideways.
Hanging
sideways. It takes two screws. If you remove one, it's going to rotate over sideways.
So when it was rotated over sideways, could you see kind of down back into where that overflow drain was?
Yeah, that's the point. That's where you enter the snake when you snake out a bathtub. You remove the overflow plate.
Okay.
So.
And you're not about to say when. Excuse me. Let me back up a little bit. Having one screw on an overflow plate, that's not a way that you would typically leave an apartment when you go to get it ready for a new tenant. Am I right in saying that?
No.
All right. With regards to when you're doing this repair, where is Adam Montgomery?
Right outside the bathroom door.
Okay. And are you guys talking at all during that time?
Not really. He's doing more pacing than talking. So.
More pacing than talking.
Yeah, he was just kind of waiting for us to finish.
With regards to that particular apartment, I'm going to grab that invoice back for you, sir. After this time period, were you ever called to go back there to do other sort of maintenance repairs?
I think I had to go back one more time to fix some lights on the ceiling.
Lights on the ceiling?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that trip?
They were just popped off the ceiling. They were hanging by the wires.
Literally
Yeah.
off the ceiling?
Yeah, the wires weren't disconnected. I mean, a light isn't heavy. The lights we use are real light. They'll hang by the wires and still work, but they were hanging by the wires, so put them back up.
Any idea how those lights got pulled down?
Regulation.
Excuse me. I'll withdraw the question and I'll rephrase. With regards to those lights, did Adam Montgomery tell you how they got pulled down?
He said he took them down because he thought there were cameras in them.
With regards to other electrical work, did you do any other kind of electrical work on that unit while he was residing there?
I had to replace the thermostat.
You had to replace the thermostat?
Correct.
Okay. Any other electrical repairs that you know?
No, that's it.
And let me ask, when you, later on that particular apartment, when you do clean-outs, could you describe for us what you do in the apartment for a clean-out?
Throw everything in bags and bring it to the dump. Rip the carpets out and bring those to the dump.
Okay. Do you remember doing a clean-out of this particular apartment after the Montgomerys left?
I do.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So that was the defense. The little guy on the defense wanted to approach, and he's being theatrical for us. He knows the cameras are on him. This guy's something else. I don't know. Some things are stranger than fiction in real life, aren't they? Here we go. That was a quick hello.
For the clean-out that you said that you would rip different things out, just in general, correct?
Well, whatever's damaged and needs to be replaced.
Okay.
He acts like we should all
appliances? Do
know.
you ever remove those?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any recollection whether you ever removed any appliances from that unit?
Yeah, we threw the fridge away.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clutie, those are all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time today. I believe defense counsel may have a couple.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:45. Perfect timing for our
A break?
mid-afternoon
Why
break.
did he
I
say,
remind
yeah, we
you,
threw the
don't talk
refrigerator
about the
away?
case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All right, all rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up!
Why did he say, yeah, we threw the refrigerator away? What about the stove? What about the dishwasher? What? And then Elaine had nothing? That was a really weird witness. So we know that the drain was clogged. I mean, I guess I get it. I guess really what can she say?
Short break.
What can Elaine say?
That if you want, when you want Mr. Middleton, we'll just need a little bit of extra time.
Your Honor, I think You know what, why don't we just go ahead and do that now? We're gonna take them out of order. We'll have them right now so we can get them done today. I wanna make sure he's done on time.
What are they doing?
So we'll bring him up. They're right there. And then we'll just, we'll bring him in once the jury is seated. Is that what everybody agrees to do?
Either way, Your Honor, that's fine with the state. No preference. Whatever's best for court staff.
Yeah, like why just the fridge?
Pardon me. We would, because we will be handing him some documents. Thank you.
So tell, I don't want to make the decision for you. Tell me what you want to do. Do you want him on the stand beforehand, or do you want him to be brought in?
I think it's okay for him to be brought in, Your Honor. That's fine.
So let's bring him up, put him in there. As soon as we get the jury in, we'll bring him in. Okay? All right.
Is there a prisoner coming up next? I guess we're on a 10-minute break. I don't know if she's in the courtroom. I have no idea. They wanted to show us that door real quick. Bring them in. Bring it all in. I don't know. I don't think they'd bring Adam in this late, would they? Bring it all in. I don't know who's next. They don't give us a list. We have a list of 79 people. There's quite a few that have not been called to the stand. I'm not sure, Amy. We'll find out, I guess. I know. Yeah, I don't know why the reference to the fridge, though. Like, yeah, we threw the fridge away. So, like, in other words, it's gone. In other words, if she was in there, we wouldn't be able to get anything from it because it was thrown away. But that was just really unclear in my opinion. Prisoner, yeah, there's probably several prisoners, but definitely I think one of the interesting witnesses is going to be Tabitha Scott. Tabitha Scott grew up with Adam like a sister. They did take a fridge at one point, but I don't remember where it was from, and there was no evidence in it. But Tabitha Scott grew up with Adam like a sister. God only knows what really went on in that family. So she should be an interesting one. She's in jail. She's been arrested. I can't even tell you, at least 8 times. Well, they said he. So I'm imagining there's probably, out of these 79 people, some of these men are probably in jail. Ish is not on the list, though. Ish's wife was Courtney. Did you guys know that? Courtney. So we saw Dennis Cloutier today. Yeah, Ish is not anywhere on here. As far as expert witnesses, it looks like there's 6. And we've seen... I think we've seen 4 of the 6. I think we haven't seen Constance Fisher from the FBI, I don't think. And I don't know if we saw Alicia Maracus from the forensic lab. There's 4 people from the forensic lab, and then the guy, Alan Aykroyd from DNA Labs. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's find that. Good idea. That was an awful day. I remember watching that like all day, waiting for them to see what they were removing. This is from, hold on. Oh, there's Union Street. We just showed you that pic. This is 1 year ago on June 14th. June 14th of 2022. So more than a year ago. But this is the pictures that Jess took today. There's one, and then here's their door, 644. There is the memorial that's on the corner, right near where that woman's standing. That's today, the memorial. So just to let you know. Okay, here we go.
This is a very large scene here on Union Street. Investigators have been here for most of the day, and they are expected to be here into the evening. They removed several items from an apartment building labeled an evidence, but most notably a refrigerator was removed. It is all part of a quest for answers about Harmony, and her mother says she is hoping whatever evidence is found will lead to justice. A search scene spanning an entire block on Union Street. The FBI and Manchester police zeroing in on an apartment building related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery. The girl was last seen in 2019 when she was 5 years old. Her father, Adam, and stepmother, Kayla, once lived in this apartment, bringing investigators here today.
Trying to remain hopeful. I mean, it looks horrible, but that's all we can do is remain hopeful. That's it. Just hope that they figure out what happened.
In one development, investigators removed a refrigerator from the apartment building and wrapped the unit in plastic. It was then loaded onto a truck. Orange biohazard labels attached. Other items also marked evidence were loaded up as well.
Hopefully we can find some type of evidence because, you know, Harmony needs justice.
Harmony's mother says the wait for answers about her daughter's fate is agonizing.
Regardless of...
Dude, is she living in her car? Look at the back of her car. It's like milk crates with her things in them. No, I'm sorry. No authority was going to listen to her. You roll up like this and they're not going to listen to you. That's why they didn't take her serious. Man, what can we do? What can we do to change that?
The outcome, I'm still going to bring her home. I'm still going to fight for justice.
Harmony's father, Adam Montgomery, is behind bars on charges that he abused the girl. Her stepmother, Kayla, is out on bail for perjury and other charges related to the girl's disappearance. So there is still a lot of activity here on Union Street, and again, we expect investigators to be here into the evening. According to the Attorney General's office here in New Hampshire, which is in charge of the investigation into Harmony's disappearance, well, they will not say what evidence was found here or how it relates to the search for Harmony.
Makes me sick. They are disgusting. Disgusting. Makes me sad, man. My computer's getting slow.
What happened to little Harmony?
That was so loud.
Put her...
She really had to force those emotions, I feel like. This is when she's about to say, and there's a reason that Court TV grabbed this the way they did. She's about to say that he put her in the bag. And watch her force this emotion.
Adam put her in the ceiling in the vent of the room that we stayed in.
This is now, we're at the point here where she's taken out from the cold, put in this ceiling vent, and that's when the smells begin and everything else. We're tracing what Kayla and Adam Montgomery did with little Harmony after she was killed inside that car. So taking a look at the movements of the body. Still with us, Erica Morse, Bob Ward, and Joseph Scott Morgan. Okay, we're continuing this morbid journey. Let's go to December 30th to mid-February of 2020. So, it's a couple months here. First at the FIT shelter, the Families in Transition shelter. Harmony's body placed in the ceiling vent. When the maintenance workers come to investigate the smell of Harmony's body, she is then moved to the bathroom. Harmony's remains are transferred from the duffel bag now to garbage bags, which are placed inside the CMC diaper bag. Harmony's remains are put back then into the ceiling vent. Now they've got a body that's decomposing. The smell, the neighbors can tell they need to do something. And apparently, Kayla puts the remains in a stroller, goes down to the Portland Pie Company where Adam works, and the Harmony's remains are put in the freezer during some of Adam's shifts at the Pie Company, which is a pizza parlor. So it's the freezer where they keep the food. He's bringing his daughter to work, her body, and putting it in the freezer at work. Bob Ward, these details, excruciating, and we can't forget that they basically get away with it for 2 years. Like,
yeah, they sure
they
did.
don't get caught doing any of this.
No, and they had to take, when they put her body into that smaller bag, they held that bag up, well, a bag just like it in court. There it is. It's a small bag. It's like a diaper bag, a tote bag, something you get at Barnes & Noble. That's the size of it. So that's what 35-pound Harmony Montgomery is in. And the idea is that they walked that with, Kayla had her stroller and her other two kids and that bag, and would walk all the way through Manchester down to the Portland Pie.
Every day.
And that's how Harmony was getting in and out. And
Every
how
day.
Adam, that's where that Chase Bank is there on the screen. That was the Portland Pie Company back when all this took place. And he would go to work, and I think he was a dishwasher there. He'd put the body in there in the freezer to stop the decomp. And I guess at the end of the shift, I'm not clear on this, but at the end of the shift, he would take the bag with him. So he tried not to be too far away from the bag. And I guess in his mind, that would stop the leaking in the ceiling back at the FIT shelter.
All right, Joseph Scott Morgan, let's talk about the leaking in the ceiling, and then I guess the apparent refreezing of
This is
Harmony.
disgusting.
Yeah, a few moments ago, Ben, I mentioned this idea of retarding the process of decomposition through cool. Let's back up just a second and think about what this ghoul has done with this precious little angel. He's placed her in a vent, HVAC, right? And it's New Hampshire. Let that sink in. And what do you need in order to be comfortable up there? You need warmth, you need heat. So we've gone from just slowing the process down to now you're accelerating the process if in fact heat is traveling through there. And even if you don't have direct contact with heat, say for instance in some kind of ductwork, heat rises in all locations. We know that. It's part of physical science. We learned that in the 8th grade. And so now she's subject to that. So that area above the apartment is hotter or warmer than that area below. And so you're going to get this staining that comes about as the body continues to, if it's frozen, it will thaw. That creates leakage. And not to mention, at a molecular level, you've got cytoplasm and these cells that are breaking down, and that's where this leakage comes from. We call it purge fluid, and it's staining everything. And you know, the police officer was right. You could see this in his eyes, Vin. For those of us that have worked in these environments for so many years, nothing ever numbs you to it, and you recognize that smell. You don't have empirical data to say that that is, in fact, a human body. But when you have been around so many and you smell that smell, it's something that haunts you and it stays with you. It still stays with me to this day. I can never escape it, just like the gentleman that was on the stand a few moments ago. So that really echoes, it resonates with me what he was describing up there. When they opened that ceiling, they were able to take that panel out.
Erica Morris, I'm still trying to understand Kayla Montgomery in all of this.
Same.
And, you know, taking the stroll down Main Street in Manchester with two little ones, and then the little bag with Harmony's remains to bring her down to work. I still don't understand. I don't understand where that comes from. And as much as she's such an important witness for the prosecution, this is someone whose actions are in step with Adam at this point.
I'm torn right now and have been for a while on Kayla. First of all, she got a sweet deal, very sweet deal out of this whole situation. Probably not appropriate given what we're learning now. Kayla, very young, very immature, very high, and you know, I think I was talking with one of your producers. I think it was fentanyl, heroin, and crack that they have admitted to using. That's a pretty hefty combination, and that'll fry a person's brain. But aside from that, I also question if there's some DV going on here, because easily influenced, easily maybe controlled or manipulated. Maybe saw Adam for what he was not. But I just have to question her mental state as a whole. As a mother, there's just nothing that you could ever do to put me in that position, plain and simple. Yes, she's a young mother. Yes, she's immature. I just don't get it. Like, I go back and forth. Is this domestic violence? Is this her acquiescing? Is this her playing along? Because I don't think she's the one who did it. I don't. I think she participated in the cover-up extensively, but yeah. I don't think that she
I agree.
Responsible.
I agree with you. Let's move now to the end of February of 2020. To 644 Union Street apartment. Harmony's remains kept in the refrigerator, thawed in the bathtub, placed in a bag of lime, the bag placed back in the freezer. Here's Kayla Montgomery on the stand talking about this.
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her. And putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin. Like, she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
There they are taking the refrigerator out. Bob Ward, this is the apartment that you're in, correct?
That's right. The day after that refrigerator came out, the day after the search, I went up there and the tenant let me in the apartment. And those are the pictures from my story that I produced. Then it's a tiny apartment, a tiny one-bedroom apartment. And I wanted to see what the FBI, what the Manchester police took out of there. And you can see the floorboards and the various items that they took out. Where the refrigerator is on the back wall, that is where the bathroom is. We didn't have time to get a picture of that, but that was where the bathroom was. And the bathroom is absolutely tiny. And, you know, that testimony that Kayla gave was among the most ghoulish things I've ever heard. She said this process of him trying to break down Harmony's body took hours, that he talked about getting a saw to help with this. You know, they also talked about getting a NutriBullet blender to try to help with decomp. There's the police picture of that bathroom. It is absolutely tiny, just enough room on the side for the bathtub, the toilet. And he was running the water, getting steam in that bathroom just to steam it up to try to help with just dismembering little Harmony's body. And this went on for hours.
Let's get to the final thing we know from spring of 2020. There's a mini fridge in a Manchester Econo Lodge. Apparently that's where the bag or Harmony was placed, in this mini fridge. And then Adam leaves with the remains in a...
Okay, wait a minute. We just heard from that girl that was at the frigging Econo Lodge with them. What is this about a mini fridge in the Econo Lodge, and why haven't we heard about this? Am I missing something? A mini fridge at the Econo Lodge, and they had no questions for the girl. That's all they had for the girl that was at the Econo Lodge that got them the room that was in, or let them use her card or something for a deposit. What was it? The room was in her name? What? This doesn't make sense. And then the whole thing about she put the bag in the bottom of the stroller. Was it one occasion? Because now I'm confused. Because we were led to believe that Kayla took it under the stroller one time. But now the coworkers are like, oh no, he came in and out with that bag every day.
All rise for the jurors.
I'm confused.
Stand up!
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Doesn't make sense. Did she walk it up there every day? So Adam just went to work, and then she just loaded up these kids in the wintertime and walked this body there every day? What? They all got up to go walk him to work? Why? Why would they do that?
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Mr. Brendan Middleton to the stand. Please.
Brendan Middleton.
And again, Your Honor, he will need to handle documents.
He's not on here. Unless he goes by a different name. There's no Brendan. There's no Middleton. I don't know who this person is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton.
Mr. Middleton. This is who they were talking about before break. Jailhouse snitch?
If you could just remain standing for just a moment.
Absolutely.
Who is it?
Please raise your right hand, sir. you solemnly swear that you will tell this jury
What's this?
the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
There's some fresh water there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Middleton, as we're being recorded here today on the record, would you please state your first and last name and then spell both your first and last name for us?
Brendan Middleton, first name Brendon, last name Middleton.
And Mr. Middleton, how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Okay. And let me ask you, at this time, are you currently residing at the Hillsborough County House of Corrections?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And when's your release date, sir?
I just found out yesterday I'd get out in July.
In July.
He just found out yesterday.
I'd like to ask you, with regards to, that's where you're living now, but where were you living back in March of 2020?
The Welcome Home in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester, New Hampshire. Is that on Concord Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, when you were also one other date. So we've talked about March of 2020. I want to jump forward a little bit in time and talk about July 6th of 2022. Where were you living then?
I believe I was homeless around that time.
Home at that point?
Either Welcome Home or homeless. I've lived there on and off a couple times.
Okay. I'd like to ask about a name, Brittney Bedard. Do you know who she is?
I know the name and kind of remember her face, yes.
Okay. And what about Travis Beach? Do you know that name?
I do.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I met Travis through work when I was doing tree work at Accurate Tree Service. And Brittney was eventually his girlfriend.
When you met him, Brittney was his girlfriend, or I'm sorry, you just said
later in
eventually.
time. I met Travis and he was single at first.
Okay. All right. Back in March specifically March 3rd of 2020, did you agree to rent a U-Haul van for Travis Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and explain to us why did you rent a van for him that day?
To my knowledge, Travis had contacted me. Him and Brittney were dating. They were looking to move furniture from her father's house. They didn't have a card or the money to do so. I've always been told and raised to help my friends and people I care for, so I agreed to do so. I met them at the South Willow U-Haul, or the gas station next to U-Haul. I went to U-Haul, rented the van for them, drove it over to the gas station, met them, and had left it in their hands.
All right. Let me ask you a couple of quick questions about that. The U-Haul, I believe you just said it's the one down on South Willow Street?
Correct.
Okay. And the gas station where you met them and gave them the U-Haul, where was that in relation to, like, the South Willow Street U-Haul?
I believe it's right next door to it.
Okay.
Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there's a store in between, but to my knowledge and what I remember, it's right next to it.
And how did you end up paying for that U-Haul?
With my debit card.
Okay. When you rented it, did you have to fill out paperwork or check off some boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you have to go through that before they would give you the keys to the
yes.
van? All right. Did you have to sign for it at one point?
Yes.
Obviously, this was back in March of 2020, so I take it you don't have a copy of that paperwork with you?
No, sir, I do not.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Middleton, I'm going to present you with a copy of what's been marked States Exhibit 94 for identification purposes only. And we'll go ahead and take that out for you. If you can go ahead and just generally flip through. I'm going to turn the cover page, kind of look at page 1 of the substantive exhibit. Take a minute to look through that and each of the next pages. Take your time. And then I've got a couple of questions for you when you get done, okay?
Morse code coming in hot.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
Generally, that group of information, do you recognize that as a copy of your contract that you signed for this rental?
Yes.
And when you look through there, did you see anything familiar, like your name or your license number or date of birth, something like that?
Yes.
And with regards to the other details of the rental, are they all contained inside that document?
Correct.
Other than the fact that this does not have your hand signature on it, with that difference and the fact that the first page here has got a little red sticker, any other sort of changes from when you remember going through that same paperwork and those same fill in the blank sections as when you see it here?
No, as far as to my knowledge, this is everything that I remember. Yeah.
Right. At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 94, please, and it to be a full exhibit and published to the jury.
No objection, Judge. All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Middleton, I'm going to let you hold on to this exhibit. No, you're good with it.
Okay.
Exhibit What I want to do is ask you a couple different questions about some of the information that you filled in on this particular rental that's seen there in the documents and the ones that you signed for. And you can look either at what's in front of you, or if you want to turn around and look at the screen, if that's easier to see, let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Middleton, I'm going to go ahead and start with a little bit of this agreement that you signed for to get this particular U-Haul, and I want to go ahead and go to the very first page of the document if I can, and so that to let you know, and the jury is also going to be looking at the same pages that you're looking at. Exhibit 94, and we're going to look at the very first page. So at the very top, could you go ahead into the area where it says customer information and contact search and tell us a little bit, the name that's filled out, is that your name, Brendan Middleton?
Yes, it is.
And did they spell it correctly?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And with regards to the address that was put down, the 60 Londonderry Road in Wyndham.
So that address was the address on my license at the time. I had gotten out of rehab and a couple years before that, and didn't have my driver's license. My friend that lives at that address, very close friend of mine I've known since 6th grade, they had taken me in. Her mother had taken me to go and get my driver's license reinstated, things like that. That is the address I needed an address to use. That was the address I had at the time.
All right.
So that's what the address they used when I filled this out, because that is what was on my ID.
I understand. That makes sense. Question for you on this is, again, you said that your name was correct. I also want to ask with regards to the phone number on there, that's 603-401-9158. You see that there?
Yep.
Is that your phone number at the time?
One of many old numbers, correct.
Okay. And what about the date of birth, sir? Is that February 14th, 1996?
That is correct.
I wish you a one-day belated birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Going on with continuing to the document, I want to stay here on the very first page again of Exhibit 94, and I want to talk about the address of the rental and where you rented it to. Does it reflect the same place that you just told us a moment ago, the South Willow Street address where you got the rental?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the time and the date, is the document accurate in that you got it on March 3rd of 2020 around 3:49 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to staying at the lower part of, again, the same page, first page of the exhibit, I want to talk to you a little bit about the information where it says dispatch. If you see there, what was the equipment number that was assigned to the van that you got?
BE4352W.
All right. And the specific time and date that it got sent out, what was that under dispatch date and time?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m.
And then finally, with regards to
the pickup odometer, and of course you're familiar with what an odometer is, right?
Correct.
All right. And what did the odometer, what was it recorded as reading when this van went to you?
5,092.
5,092 miles?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is kind of stay with that first one, and I want to ask you about the difference between when the time went out and when the time went in. So you can stay with the dispatch section, or if you'd like, you can also look at the screen. I want to talk about the return just underneath. So again, are we talking, what's the return date that this van went back to U-Haul?
March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
Okay. So that's the following day?
Correct.
All right. And what was the odometer reading when the van went back?
5,225.
Okay. And so if I could direct your attention to the screen just for a minute, I want to be able to put both the out time and the back time, the out odometer and the back odometer up there for when this van got dispatched out. And just to confirm with the jury, this is the van that you rented. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So let's see, that's 19 hours, 57 minutes for a rental, and what, approximately 5,225 minus 5,082, around 133 miles or so? Give or take?
Yeah, I would say so.
I'd like to now, if you would, go ahead and flip over to the second page of that exhibit. Again, staying with Exhibit 95. I'd like to talk a little bit about, there was an additional contact that you listed with U-Haul for the rental, and who was that contact?
Travis Beach.
And the phone number that was put there for Travis Beach, is that you gave that to U-Haul, or did Travis give that to U-Haul?
I believe that Travis gave me the okay to give his name and number for it.
Okay.
Again, I mean, this was a few years now, but to my knowledge, yes, I had the okay to do that, and he was willing to do that as well. So.
And I know you said before that, I believe you testified a few minutes ago, you met him at the gas station to get him the van.
Correct.
All right. Did he go into the U-Haul with you to do the rental?
He might have. I don't exactly remember. I just know that my vehicle was over at the gas station, and I did not leave it unattended, so I don't know if one of them came with me or none of them came with me. I can't exactly remember, but I know of me personally, yes, I went into the U-Haul.
Right. And when you say them, one of them came with you, who are you referring to? Who's
I want to say it might have been Travis, but then again, it could have been Brittney. I don't really remember.
So them is one of those two, Travis or Brittney?
Yes, correct.
All right. Thank you. Skipping now, if you could, I'd like to go to the fourth page, if you would. Oh, you were the authorized driver on that, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and, if you could, go to the fourth page for us of the exhibit, and I've also got it up behind you. I would like to ask you a little bit about, again, the customer information. That's your name, again, being listed down there with 60 Londonderry Road of Wyndham. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And separate from that, also, again, the rental out time, is that reflected on there? That March 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. 5:49 p.m. is when it finally went out?
Correct.
Right. Moving a little bit lower, the equipment, where it's listed below where it says equipment, is that same BE4352W that you read before? That was the equipment number back on page 1?
Yes.
All right. And what is the string of letters underneath that?
AJ78147-AZ.
Okay. And are you familiar with what the license plate was on that U-Haul?
No, I do not remember.
Okay. Well, I'd like to go ahead and bring you through a little bit farther into the document. First of all, there is was it your signature block that would have been down at the bottom that you would have signed on page 4?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to jump now to the next page of the document, page 5. Again, it's got yourself listed as the customer. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And then the phone number. Again, I want to make sure that that's accurate. That's the phone number you gave before, 401-9158?
Yes, sir.
Skipping along to page 6, if you would, please. I'm going to flip one more. And I want to talk about the rental date time for when it was returned. Do you see that at the top left-hand part of the screen? I'm sorry, the top left-hand part of the page?
where it says rental date and time and then return date and time?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you read for us what the rental date and time was, please?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m. and the return date was March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
And later on that page, if you look a little bit below there, again, down from there and slightly to the left, I wondered if you could go ahead and read us the equipment section where it says equipment before it goes MI out and MI in. What's the equipment information that was listed in your rental?
BE 4352W.
And the next string of numbers and letters?
AJ 78147AZ.
Approach again, please, Your Honor. So that was AJ 78147AZ?
Correct.
Mr. Middleton, I want to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 100B for identification purposes only. With regards to that exhibit, do you see that same string of letters and numbers in there, the AJ 78147AZ?
Yes, sir.
You see that also on this particular document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Having seen this document, does that help refresh your recollection of what the license plate number was for that?
Yes, now it does.
And what was it?
AJ 78147.
Okay. And the mileage back in where it says MIN, could you read again what that last mileage was, the reading from the odometer?
5,225 miles.
Thank you. Finally, on the next page of the document in front of you, Exhibit 94 still, is that a promissory note?
I'm sorry?
Is that listed as what's called a promissory note at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what a promissory note is?
Not exactly. You'd have to I believe from what I read, it's me promising the money that's owed.
Okay. And that's okay. If you don't know, I don't want you to guess. I just want to make sure that...
Yeah, no, I do not fully understand that.
All right. That's all right. Thank you. With regards to that, though, on this particular document at the very top of the page, is your phone number listed again? And your name, your address of 60 Londonderry Road that you gave in Wyndham. So basically your name, your email, is all of that listed again?
Yes, sir.
And does it also include your date of birth again?
It does.
And then finally, with regards to that same document, if you would look in the middle, sir, of, again, top of page 87, does it specifically list out what the license plate is of the vehicle that was rented?
Yes.
And what does it list?
AJ 78147.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton.
You're welcome.
On this particular trip, when you rented this, or not trip, but when you rented the van, at that point, I believe you testified on direct that you then got it to Travis Beach at the gas station. Did you ever see that van again?
No, sir.
Are you the person that returned that van?
No, sir.
When you got him the van, did you get your car back? Or was your
Yes.
car right there, I should say?
Yes, I had parked the van. I had gotten back into my car, and I left, and they left in the van.
And who did you see leaving the van, just to be clear for the jurors?
Travis and Brianna.
Brittney.
Brittney, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Yeah,
and was that Brittney Bedard who you were talking about before?
Yes, correct. Brittney Bedard.
Did you know Adam Montgomery back then?
I've never heard of his name at the time.
And what about Caleb Montgomery back then?
No, sir.
Back then, did you have any idea who they were?
Nope.
Did Travis ever talk about the name Adam Montgomery when he asked you to get this rental for him?
No, sir.
Did Brittney Bedard ever talk about an Adam Montgomery or Caleb Montgomery when you were interacting with her and Travis that day to get this rental?
No, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Middleton,
had asked you about where you lived at a couple different times, not only back in 2020, but also on July 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you recall Manchester police officers coming to talk with you?
I do.
And did you agree to talk with them?
I did.
The rental that we just went through, is that what you talked about with them on that day?
Yes, sir.
And at the end of the conversation, did they tell you why they were asking?
Yes, I had asked them.
Well, hold on, I'm not going to go into it. I just want to know whether or not you told them.
Yeah, I did.
If they told you why they were asking.
Yes, they did.
Did you know Harmony Montgomery?
No, I did not. I mean, at the time I had heard of what was going on, but I did not know her.
And so
Wait,
at
what?
that time, when you rented it, you had
What?
no idea what that van was going to be used for.
I knew what was going on.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have one or two.
Appreciate it.
Oh, he knows how many questions they have?
I do not have any questions.
No
Thank you.
questions?
So you may step down.
Appreciate it.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
What did he know?
This witness is excused.
Am I misunderstanding?
Appreciate it.
I don't know why he's in prison. We don't know.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on. I'm going to rewind a few seconds, if you guys don't mind. I got to hear that again. That was weird.
May have one or two.
Appreciate it.
No.
I'm sorry?
Is that listed as what's called a promissory note at the top?
Yes.
Oh, shit. I went way
And
too
do you
far.
know what a promissory note is?
Correct.
Oh, this always happens. I should not have messed with it. Son of a gun. I could have sworn he said, I knew. He's like, did you know Adam Montgomery at this time? And he's like, I knew what was going
We list
on.
out what the license plate is of the vehicle that was rented.
Brittney, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Did Brittney Bedard ever talk about an Adam Montgomery or Kayla Montgomery when you were interacting with her and Travis that day to get this rental?
No, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Middleton, I had asked you about where you lived at a couple different times, not only back in 2020, but also on July 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you recall Manchester police officers coming to talk with you?
I do.
And did you agree to talk with them?
I did.
The rental that we just went through, is that what you talked about with them on that day?
Yes, sir.
And at the end of the conversation, did they tell you why they were asking?
Yes, I had asked them.
Well, hold on, I'm not going to go into it. I just want to know whether or not you told them.
Yeah, I
Or
did.
if they told you why they were asking.
Yes, I did.
Did you know Harmony Montgomery?
No, I did not. I mean, at the time I had heard of what was going on, but I did not know her.
And so at that time, when you rented it, you had no idea what that van was going to be used for, did you?
No, sir.
Still confused. All right, sorry.
And I drive for a non-emergency medical transportation company.
I'm going to move this just a little bit closer. Right there, so that everybody can hear you.
Okay, that's good.
And there is some water there if you'd like. Feel free to pour yourself a fresh
Feel
glass.
free to do some
If you care
ASMR.
to. Ms. Smith, you said you drive sometimes for was it a medical care transportation?
It is a non-emergency medical care transportation service, and that is fueled by Medicaid.
And what's the name of that service?
That's Pelican Transportation.
Do you still drive for them?
I do,
And how long have you been doing that?
for 5 years.
5 years, okay. For providing those sort of transportation services, could you just explain to the jury briefly what your day-to-day interaction kind of looks like with a different patient who needs transportation for medical services?
Yes, I provide service to recovering addicts going to methadone clinics, to kidney dialysis patients going for kidney dialysis. I bring people to Easter seals. So I provide a service to people who cannot drive themselves.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with a person, and did you ever drive a person by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
I have.
And have you ever driven a person by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Where did you give them rides to? I'm sorry, what kind of rides did you give them? What services did you drive them to?
I drove them primarily to the methadone clinics on Market Street.
On Market Street?
That's correct.
When you first started driving them for trips to the methadone clinics on Market Street, where were you picking them up, generally in the city? Excuse me.
December 14th, 2019, I began picking them up from Dubuque Street from their parents' house.
And later on, did you ever pick them up from the vicinity of 644 Union Street?
Yes, I picked them up from Union Street as well.
With regards to the two of them, would you drive both of them at the same time, one at a time, the entire family with children? How would you drive them?
I would drive the entire family, and they would go in and dose, and I would sing Baby Shark with Declan and Seamus.
And those were the two children that they had with them?
That's correct.
Okay. And did they have a child with them named Harmony?
No, they did not.
I'd like to ask you specifically about one particular incident in 2020 with regards to a ride that you gave Kayla Montgomery. And what I'd like to ask you about this is with regards to a conversation you may or may not have had then with Adam Montgomery, okay? Mm-hmm. All right. You have to say yes or no. I'm sorry. It's how we record here.
Yes.
All right. Do you know the incident that I'm talking about?
I do believe I have.
Okay.
It was
So
2021, right around March and spring. Well, hindsight is 2020. It was around 2021 that the incident happened.
Well, then that's what I'd like to ask about. March of 2021. Thank you for correcting me. So in March of 2021, would you say, would you or would you not agree that this incident was not like this driving was not like other driving that you've done for them?
Absolutely. It was something I will never forget.
Okay.
And ma'am, I'm going to need you to raise your voice. It's a big room, and everybody here needs to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was not like other rides.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, when you first did you see Kayla Montgomery on that day for this particular ride?
Yes, I did.
And without going into what Ms. Montgomery said, when you saw her face, how did she appear to you?
Her left eye was badly bruised and starting to swell shut.
Did you drive her that day down to the methadone clinic?
I drove both of them that day.
And with regards to, pardon me, excuse me, with regards to that drive, had you driven Miss Montgomery the day before?
Yes, I had.
Did she have that black eye the day before?
No, she had not.
So on that day when you drove her down to the methadone clinic with the black eye, who else was in the car with you and Miss Montgomery?
Adam.
Adam. And by that you mean Adam Montgomery?
That's correct.
Yes.
Smith, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yes, that is Adam Montgomery.
And this is the other person that you drove in that car?
That's correct.
Were Declan and Seamus with them on this drive?
I do not believe so. I think Kayla said she left them with a neighbor.
Hold on just a second.
okay.
I don't want to ask what Kayla said quite yet. So
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay, the children were not in the car with them that day.
Okay. So they were not with them that day. When you saw Kayla with the black eye and you were driving down to the methadone clinic and back, how was she moving in her car? Could you describe physically what you saw in terms of her movements?
She didn't move very much, and she didn't say very much because Adam was in the car.
Okay. At some point in time, did you pull out your cell phone? And can you
She had asked to use.
Hold on just a minute, Ms. Smith. I'm sorry. I can't ask you what she said to you.
No.
So I just want to talk a little bit about what happened in the car.
Okay.
Physical movements, okay?
Yes.
And I apologize. That's on me. I should ask more clarifying question or a more specific question. With regards to the drive to the methadone clinic,
Yes.
did anything occur in the car on the drive down to the methadone clinic?
No.
Okay. And then for the drive from the methadone clinic on Market Street back to Union Street.
Yes.
Let me ask you, the event that I want to ask you about, did that occur when you were back at Union Street?
Yes.
Okay. When this event occurred,
Where was Kayla?
In the front seat beside me,
Okay. And where was Adam at this point?
walking away from the car.
And with regards to there with Kayla, what, if anything, did you try to give Kayla?
I tried to give her my phone.
What did you believe she was going to do with the phone?
She said, well, I can't do, she said
No.
she wanted to call for help.
And with regards to that, how was she physically at the time? I know you've described the black eye already. How was she physically when you went to try to give her the phone?
She was shaky.
Where was Adam when you tried to give her the phone?
He was walking back towards the car, but
And so at that point, you said he was walking back towards the car?
I didn't see Adam there. I saw rage. Saw pure rage walking towards me.
What did Adam do as he, and were you in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And where was Kayla?
Beside me in the passenger seat.
And what did the defendant do?
He reached into the window of the car and twisted my phone out of my hand and said, "You're not giving my wife that phone."
What did you say to him when he did that to you?
I looked at him and I said, "Adam, I love you. Please give me the phone back. I'm trying to help you guys."
What did he do then?
He then gave me the phone back and I was able to give it to Kayla.
Did he say anything else?
No.
So that he took, you begged him for the phone back,
I begged
essentially.
him for the phone back. I did report that
Let me ask about that. You said you reported that.
to my boss, not the police. I reported that to my boss, and I told her that I didn't think I should be picking them up anymore, that I had been very frightened by what had happened. And thereafter, I carried pepper spray.
Thereafter, you started carrying pepper spray because of this.
Yes.
Can you just have a moment, please, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor, and I apologize, Ms. Smith. Sometimes we need a minute to confer. One thing I just want to clarify with you, and to make sure that I understand accurately.
Attorney Gotti, if you would use the microphone and keep
Sorry,
your
Your
voice
Honor,
up,
I thought it
please.
was close
Thank
enough.
you.
One question that I would like to go ahead and ask you, and just trying to clarify, is I know that you testified a moment ago that this occurred, in your memory, that this was back in March of 2021.
Yes.
And I want to ask you whether or not you are sure with regards to that particular date.
I am.
Okay. Do you feel that at all that, or excuse me, have you ever provided statements to others that had occurred in the spring of 2020 other than 2021?
I had to meditate on that. And I concurred with my boss. We have records.
You have records.
My boss at Pelican Transportation has records.
Okay, so let me just try to clarify. So when you say I had to meditate on that,
I asked my boss.
you asked your boss. Okay, all right. Meditation out loud. So you asked your boss about the date and when you asked to not have to drive them anymore. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And after doing that, you looked at some records?
Yes, my boss has all the records of when we pick them up and when we drop them off.
And after speaking with your boss, now your memory is that this was in 2021 rather than 2020?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
And hi, Ms. Smith.
Hi.
Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, yes.
I'm sorry about what happened. I can tell that it shook you.
Mm-hmm.
But this was March of 2021.
Yes,
No doubt in your mind about it.
that's correct.
When Adam took the phone, you told him that you loved him,
I did tell him that.
and he gave you the phone back.
He softened, and he gave me the phone back.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
thank you.
Very briefly, Ms. Smith, you
Yeah.
said that he softened.
He did.
Softened.
The anger in his face went away, but the rage that he had in his face, and then that knee-jerk reaction that he had to it by snatching my phone out of my hand, it was very frightening.
I understand.
It was assault. Thank you. All right.
Nothing here, Judge.
You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude the testimony for today. It's about 10 of 4. You've been very, very attentive. We all very much appreciate that. I'll remind you, don't speak about the case to anybody, not each other or anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any locations. Don't look up any names or any people on social media. Please avoid all media having anything to do with this case.
She said don't.
We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much for your time and attention, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
It was in his name, but paid for with her card. And I think she said, I love you to try to calm him down.
Okay.
Sit down, sit down.
All right, I guess they're going to talk privately. But that concludes our trial for today. Thank you so much for being here. If you were here part of the day and you missed some, I will chapter it right now when we end. They are 9 to 4 every day. So there was only 7 minutes left. So every day, the judge already said it's 9 to 4. So I don't know. We'll probably have a lot of questions from the jury, or they've already made up their mind. I don't know. She was afraid. She straight up said he assaulted her. So we had someone testify that actually was assaulted by Adam. Not good. Not good at all. All right, guys, I'm going to scoot on out of here. I'll see you guys in the morning. It's Friday tomorrow. Bells and whistles for Friday. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's run our credits.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your
Cocaine.
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 It's cocaine.
It's cocaine.
Exhibit E.
Ryan Koberger.
You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact. And I ain't got time for that.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Cadillacs, my new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack.
Sit down, bitch, sit down.
Your mom's right.
Jeffrey Dahmer kind.
You want one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.